excited. Hit that like, everybody. Hit a like. Here we go. Brand new, starting a little early. We got a lot of work to do, people. Hit that like, share the show. And if you have not subscribed, don't. You heard me. That's right. You heard me. That's right. You heard me. Don't. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't. Do not. You're not allowed. I'm sorry. This is an exclusive club. I've already backed people up to the edges of the internet. There's even outside it's packed. Welcome to Hal Sparks Megaworldwide, the greatest live stream in the history of live streams. I'm your host, Hal Sparks, who will continue to Hal Sparks the rest of the evening. My microphone is on. My camera is up. My overhead light is on. Hold on one second. That's not good. That's not good production value there, ladies and gentlemen, for your free subscription. We will properly deal with the memory of Terry Garr when all this stuff is behind us, because I don't want to mix in the wonder of that woman's life with this ridiculousness that we are currently in for the next week. Believe me, a celebration of a life and an appreciation that has the depth she deserves is coming. Just saying. There's some people you can rip and move on. She's not one of them. Yes, I'm currently sitting. Sorry, I was working on my stuff. So now I'm standing. You better? You feel better? All right. Yeah. Okay. So here we are. Welcome. Did you know the sweet person? Yes, I did. I knew Terry from doing shows on Oxygen with her back in the day. It's where I met Steph for the first time as well. Officially, I met Steph there. I unofficially met her a long time ago. I don't know if you know this, but on her failed talk show in the 90s, I auditioned to be her musical accompaniment. And the place they held the audition, the electrical system there was like a warehouse, fried all my gear. It was an audition that cost me $3,000. Good times. So long history, but we were both on a couple of like shows on the Oxygen Network, and she was a regular guest on that. And her, well, we'll talk about it another time. Again, I'm saving this. We'll talk about her as a person after next week, so we can properly address her wonder and wonderfulness. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. She was lovely, though. That's all you need to know. Beautiful through and through. All right. And hilarious. Okay. Now, we start from scratch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome chat room. Hello. How are you? Are you doing the good? Are you having the fun? I'm hoping that this is the case. And we have let me know if you voted or if you're going to vote, if you plan to vote. Like if you give me the date, you can go day of. That's fine. Throw that in there as well. That's right. Why did they want Biden Harris? Why did they want Biden Harris? You mean why they want Biden out? They didn't. It was a direct reaction to what they believed was his physical state in regard to the debate where I believe he was hit with the Havana ray. But we'll talk about that in another time too. That's for a congressional hearing in a year and a half. So yeah, there we go. Oh, there you go. Yep. There you go. Voted over a week ago, received and counted. Excellent. I went in. Here, I'll show you something. I think this is fun. The process. I was talking with Summer today about the process to go in and vote, and it's really, really fascinating. Let's see if I can. How would I? Let's see. What's the easiest way to? I know what I can do. I'll put this in my Notion and fly it in that sort of thing. Yeah, something like that. How do we do? This is the problem with having there we go. The problem with having where should we put it? Add content to that. Put it in there. That'll be the save. I'm gonna throw a video in this. Let's see if it works or how long it takes. Should do it okay. There we go. Hold on. Let's see. Do we pop it out? Picture in picture. Yeah, here we go. All right. I'll stretch this thing out so you can see it. Wow. There we go. And if I may, ladies and gentlemen, show you a little something that happened yesterday. Check this out. See that right there? That's that's my finger. There it is. So you want to see it again? There you go. That's me getting my vote on for Harris. And the system to vote in California is incredibly secure, by the way. Nevada's also incredibly secure. In Nevada, you go up, you say your name, they verify your date of birth, your birth year, or your full date of birth. I don't think you have to give your full birthday, but may in Nevada. In California, you just have to give your the year of your birth, and then they print out a physical ballot for you, but it's a blank piece of paper with an identifying QR code type thing up on top of it that says this is a voter that was on this date at this time, aligned with the sign-in that happened at this moment. So they can know that the ballot happened, but not know who you voted for. So you're safe in that regard. So you can still vote anonymously, but it is, that particular ballot is aligned with you showing up on that day and the record of who showed up at that day, not the content of it for that part of it. Then you take your ballot, which is a piece of very expensive paper. It's got a lot of countermeasures in it and all kinds of stuff like that. And it's got that little symbol that says it's you. And then you put it in you go over to the ballot machine, and there's like a big iPad kind of looking thing. And then there's a hearing device on the side if you are hard of hearing and you need any help, and a navigation in case the touchscreen is hard for you because of any, I guess tactile issues you might have or something like that. You can actually move the cursor and the choice thing using physical arrows in case you need to move those around. Most people just do the touchscreen. But what you do is you walk up to it and it says, "Ready, I'm ready to vote." You tap that, right? And then you feed your the piece of paper in, and that registers that this person voting is registered to this piece of paper, which has cues on it that it was received at this second and walked over here. And even the amount of time in the code around this is every aspect of when this happened. Yes, we're live, George. Hi. So you feed that in, then you go through digitally and you pick who you're going to pick. And then at the end of it, when you're done, you finished all of them, it'll say verify what you're going to do, and it'll print this. and then you go, you check, make sure everything's right. Then you hit print my ballot. And then it does. It takes that same sheet of paper that you were handed by them, and it prints your stuff on only that piece of paper. And again, which has it is tied to your sign-in point so that they don't, know what you voted for, but know that it was you that voted. And then you can look at the paper, and it's very clear who you voted for. Instead of like all of them, and it has the one you blacked out. It just says Harris Walls. You voted for president, Harris Walls right there. And all the other stuff you voted for. Then you take that piece of paper and you feed it back. You can do one of two things. You can walk it over to the desk and they can put it in a paper thing and tabulate it later. Or you can tabulate it yourself and you put it in the machine and you go, I'm ready to cast my vote, and you hit it like that, and it takes the piece of paper. It is put into a locked box and tabulates everything on it and says, that's the way I'm voting. That's the way it goes. And so there are 3 steps in that process. Their registration of you by the fact that you're on the rolls in that neighborhood, you're a local doing it. It's not provisional or any of those other things, which is another step entirely. They recognize that you get this piece of paper that is aligned with your vote. You vote anonymously on that piece of paper, but it aligns with the time that that it's legitimized. It goes in, and then you have a digital tally where you cast it, and the paper ballot is stored in case there's a recount. In Nevada, you get a physical like credit card like thing. You go over, you tell them the same thing. You give them your name and your birth date, and then they give you a little like key card, and you go over with that key card and you put that in, and then you vote, and then after you're done voting, it prints out your ballot. What it does is it makes a printout of it behind a screen. It stops the image from being opaque. You can see through it and see the actual piece of paper. That's what's actually on, written. And then as soon as you say, yep, that's what I want to vote for, the screen goes opaque again and it is stored. You take the card back out and you run it back over to them and you put it in the box. And that is a secondary way of making sure that that card matches that ballot and they were both cast at the same time. So you have sort of double verification if you have to do a recount. There's all over the fucking place. Hal voted in California, Nevada, and Arizona. See us. No, Summer voted in Nevada, and I voted in California because I'm registered in California. She's registered here. So she told me the process that she was going to do. But what had occurred to me when she was telling me this was that I think people would feel a lot better about our elections if somebody walked them through the process so they can see in every town and in every state what the process is. And you'll find, I think, that in blue states especially, there are more provisions for protection of the vote than there are in red states. That it is a lot more slapdash in Texas than it is in California, for example. No, thank you, Howie. Yes, you add one in there. Hal's going to be mayor of LA. Yes, that is true. As soon as Karen Bass is done, I'll be running. Your vote might need more in Nevada. It doesn't matter. I'm not voting twice, and I'm not moving my vote. There we go. There will still be whiny maggots, but that's okay. Now, a couple of things on that front. Let's see if I thought I brought it up. Here it is. Yeah. So one of the big worries is Elon Musk using all of his millions of billions of dollars, and he's basically fixing the vote for Trump, right? That's the big fear. Well, apparently, let's see if I can, let's see. Yes, okay. Check this out. This, you know how like everybody's like, how can you be so confident? Besides, you're always right. But besides your track record, which should be enough, but I get it. All right, I get it. Just because I've been right every time doesn't mean I'll be right all the time. I recognize that. I respect it. That's why I base my beliefs on a myriad of different factors, not the least of which is the fact that Democrats have a lot of money in a big ground game and are getting voters to the polls, and Republicans are not. They're just fucking around waiting to find out. I'm telling you. Now, the other one, too, is look at the Democrats running in the Senate races and how they're tracking so far ahead than what the presidential race is. That's what you call poll jacking. That's Trump paying for poll jacking to try and get himself within, a whisker. So that's the point. And he's telling his own supporters he's way ahead so that when he loses, they can go, but we were way ahead. So we had these things full of bullshit. And by the way, when Trump says in the middle of the night there was this big wave of bullshit, what he means is the majority of the votes in the country, because his votes were the people who voted on election day in 2020. And then the mail-in votes started counting after that. And Republican states especially, and Republican legislatures made sure that they started counting mail-in votes way later than the other one. So it looked like he'd have this artificial head start, that it looked like he was ahead. And then all of Biden's, the other thing is you could argue an inverse of that from the Democratic side, right? Trump's getting all this bullshit day of vote, and winning all this, and then finally our votes start getting counted, right? And pew, where's it? How did he phrase it?
The numbers should skyrocket downward.
Right, like his vote percentage, the election night. After all the day of voting had been counting. Now, this year, by the way, a lot more Democrats are voting on the day to make a point. A lot fewer Republicans are voting on the day. They're voting early. And those are people who don't like Donald Trump. The Haley voter, the disenfranchised, angry, anti-Trump voter, they're voting early. All the Republicans you see, oh my God, all these Republicans are voting early. Yeah. Against Trump. Like all the exit poll data on those people all points to the fact. I mean, they're posting online, but they're also doing regular exit polling at places if they want to say something, because they got somebody kind of stacked there every day in a bunch of these places, and they're going, yeah, I couldn't wait to vote to get rid of Trump. Fuck this guy. And that's the early Republican vote. The day of Republican vote is still going to be tons of maggots, and they're going to be standing in line, and they're going to be pissed off like a bunch of Kerry Lake voters, finding out what it feels like to be a black voter in Georgia when Stacey Abrams was running. Even though they have plenty of working machines and stuff like that. They're just like, there's like 9 people in line in front of me. Shut the fuck up. Oh, sorry. Did the name not change on the show? I updated the restream. Why would that not be? There we go. Oh, why would that? Oh, yeah, sorry. That's the confusion. Did it not? It didn't take. Blank. Here we go. Hold on. Let's see. All right. Sorry about that. That should have apparently they didn't click. All right. Never mind. How about that? Is that better? Let me see if I can reload it and it'll say something. But in this process, there's a lot that goes into, if I may, and I think I can. There's a lot that goes into the perception of the success of a campaign, the perception of whether or not it's going to be successful. And one of the big ones is are you doing a get out the vote? Where's your GoTV? What is it, right? Okay. And Democrats have an enormous, highly functioning, well-supplied get out the vote campaign, getting people to the fucking polls, okay? And they need one. And every time the Republicans set up some new hurdle that makes it hard for Democrats or everybody to vote, because let's be honest, they don't want anybody to vote. Listen to Paul Weyrich, the founder of effectively the Heritage Foundation, and the father of the modern conservative movement. They don't want people to vote. They want an electoral win. That's the only way. That's the only leverage they have. But still, it doesn't work that way. You need the votes, especially with as many swing states as we have. Okay. So here's a report. This is from Wired. And by the way, thanks for becoming a member. That's wonderful. If you're watching right now, it's Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. But if you haven't subscribed yet, don't. Wait till after the election. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't take any more subscribers. I have all my subscribers are real, and most of my competitors float on a sea of bots, and they can jack up their numbers. But I insist on. I guess, all right, I'll give you a pat. If you're a real human being, please subscribe. So I can tell the difference between you and a bot. So just saying. But, again, you're the last one. I can't let anybody else in. The line to get in this club is too long already, and I'm going to get a ticket with all the people on the sidewalk. I mean, the internet is full. And it's my fault. And I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all. You're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide, the greatest live stream in the history of live streams. And you don't have to like it. It's just true. All right. Now, Wired did a report on Elon Musk's Get Out the Vote campaign for Trump. And a Trump campaign worker was spoken to about this. And they were fired after trying to blow the whistle on what we know it's a she, called grift and greed by top campaign officials and an alleged bugging plot. This is fun. A bugging plot. They spied on my campaign, so why can't I? The worker, whose identity the beast is withholding, wrote, withhold that identity, beast. Wrote an explosive email after she was fired, detailing her concern about how the campaign's most senior advisors, Chris Lasivita and Susie Wiles, appear to be funneling millions of dollars to companies which she alleges are overcharging Trump. Now, again, I don't feel bad about any of this stuff. So I literally, when I'm reading these details, I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. One of them is run by a major donor to Kamala Harris. Again, the reason, because this person, in general, is like the major donors because it's a successful business person. The reason they hired him is because they're successful, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The grift and greed I've witnessed makes me sick. I'm sick of this. It's sickening. And I think leadership has been bad stewards of generous donors' money. Yeah, welcome to Donald Trump's business model. The campaign worker wrote in an email to a former colleague after she was abruptly fired on October 18th, I'm 100% on Team Trump. Still deluded. I want the very best for this campaign, but what I've witnessed is greedy and wrong. Ma'am. Greedy and wrong could be the byline on Trump bumper stickers. They could literally sell their campaign. Trump Vance, greedy and wrong. And people like, greedy and wrong. That they would start chanting that, it's good to be greedy. It's good to be wrong at events, at his rallies. I don't even call them rallies anymore. I'll show you why in a minute. Even more sensational. The woman also wrote in her email, the campaign employees became convinced that leadership had installed a listening device in a cut-out hole to a conference room at the West Palm Beach headquarters to snoop on private conversations by their colleagues. Listening device? No, I think this is straight up Don Jr. reliving his a Porky's fantasy. I'm telling you, a listening device is the least of your worries. These fuckers are friends with Matt Gaetz. Come on. Can we just enjoy that for a moment? Can we just, maybe it was Rudy Giuliani installing another glory hole can we just enjoy the fact that Trump has to spy on his own staff, or thinks he has to, because he doesn't trust anybody, because he's a paranoid sociopath? Again, should I feel threatened with a good time? I feel like I'm being threatened with a good time. It's a private conversation by their colleagues. Sean Dahlman, the campaign's chief financial officer, was so worried he was being snooped on that he and others searched the conference room in an attempt to find the surveillance device and block its ability to intercept his conversations. Was he wearing a tinfoil hat? Was he talking around, walking around talking in a Gary Busey voice? Going, hey, I think there's you guys don't see the bugs? I totally see the bugs. I think they're listening to me, man. I think that fly's got an antenna on his head that goes to some kind of mothership. Yeah. All right, here you go. So Dahlman has alluded to the fact that he can't say things for fear of retaliation. What? That they're not, that the ROI on donor money is shit? That's the point, dumbass. There are napkins stuffed in all the gaps in the conference room now. It seems like they're willing to go to extremes. This is nothing more than fanciful lies and fabrications. This is the response from the senior campaign official. Of course, they're going to deny it. The campaign worker, whose requested she not be publicly identified, has been responsible for placing Trump's official campaign ads on platforms such as YouTube and Meta's Facebook and Instagram. She worked in campaign headquarters for months and was not employed directly by the campaign. Instead, she worked for Launchpad Strategies, an in-house ad firm founded and owned by Dahlman, who she claimed in the email had fired her at Wiles' direction. In text messages, blah, blah, blah. Launchpad made the decision to terminate her for spreading rumors about clients and repeatedly showing poor judgment. And if you don't believe it, they have it on tape. I'm just kidding. Right. How'd you guys click? The woman in her email does not spell out what she meant by grift and greed, but sources told Daily Beast that the woman had raised concern for months with Dahlman and others about money as they were spending. But the issue burst into the spotlight when Daily Beast revealed how Civita's consulting firm, headquartered in his Virginia home, that's a red flag. Let me tell you something, kids. I don't have theatrical representation. I haven't had it since my agency was swallowed by a bigger one, and I didn't want to be part of that bigger one. Because why? Like, all the people that I worked with had scattered, so till they land somewhere, not in a hurry. And I had a tacit relationship with a manager during that part. Yeah. At the same, like the last 3 years I was with them. And they didn't do a ton, but they had an office, an actual business office with a management firm. And I've had multiple managers over the years, especially back in the day before I broke, where they ran their management out of their house. Never sign with a manager, kids, who has an office in their home. Remote working is one thing, but if they can't afford to float an office, get the hell out. And this is Lasavidas. Is that his name? That's how they're pronouncing his name? Okay. Lasivita. So this is bad, though. If you're running a PR firm out of your Virginia home, had already collected $22 million from the campaign and 2 Trump super PACs since 2022. Campaign worker who was fired 3 days after the Lasivita story broke was not the source of the Daily Beast exclusive reporting, and when contacted last week, declined comment for this story. The other part is that's Dahlman. He looks like a happy soul. He doesn't look at all like the kind of Matt Walsh incel brigade. The woman and ad buyer prepared detailed charts under the title How the Campaign is Being Overcharged by Political Operatives. One of the charts lists payments to strategic media services, describing his firm chosen by Chris, Susie, and political operatives in D.C. It then lists invoices appearing to show the strategic media was charging 32% higher fees on commissions than Launchpad was charging. As for Zeta Global, which is also chosen by Chris and Susie, the whistleblowers chart shows it charged the company $20 million for placing media ads. When are we going to find out that Zeta Global and strategic media are actually owned by Trump? And that's why they don't give a fuck. He's just using this to funnel money back to himself. Let's see. The whistleblower also noted that David Steinberg, CEO of Zeta Global, was a significant Democratic donor to Harris' campaign, and where's the part? Okay, so they get fired and all that stuff. And Wiles says, you're a talented young woman with wonderful, important qualities. You have great work ethic. You're creative. You have expertise in your field that is impressive. That's until she spilled the beans, and then they went out. Okay, the same issue that is one that they are having, chat room, with Elon Musk's group in Pennsylvania, which is so far turned up fuck all in terms of voter turnout, even with him handing out $1 million in these little fucking raffles he's doing. That's what I'm talking about. Trump is too busy stealing from his own supporters to actually have a campaign. Now, Trump's been doing other shit. Don't get me wrong. For example, by the way, this is, there you go, hold on. Let me go back to here. This one. See if I can get up here. Trump, where is he? He this, okay, this, yeah, here you go. I'll cue it up in here. Sean Hannity, it's seen here, looking like a thumb in a wig, wearing his red tie to distance himself from the Proud Boys colors that Trump is flying these days, I suppose, for legal reasons. Also known as client number 3 of Michael Cohen's. Now, what Sean Hannity needed a fixer like Michael Cohen for, basically who would muscle people and make problems go away. Here's what I'll say. We'll find out one day. One of these days, we're going to find out. We're going to find out the extent of the, I think it'll be well before a deathbed confession by anybody. We're going to find out why he was client number 3 and what exactly he needed Michael Cohen to fix for him. Now, Michael Cohen was a lawyer at the time and can't say. But in a situation like that, there are a lot of moving parts besides the client and the lawyer. Hence the need for a fixer, if you get my meaning. Yeah. And I'm going to guess it's in the ballpark of Bill O'Reilly's issues, if you know what I'm saying. That'd be my personal guess on this. And that's not pretty. Okay, so anyways, here's Sean Hannity. He interviewed Trump. Trump is, in the little piece that I saw of this, I haven't seen the whole thing, but in the little piece that I saw that is fairly manic. So this happened early in the day when he'd gotten his first rail of Adderall, and he was grinding on this. It may have been in the middle of the night after the Harris rally too, because he was up all night just railing about that shit too. Although I feel like when he gets on a tear, he sends out these things and his staff puts them into the feed for Truth Social, and they do one of those like schedule it for later so that it's just like constant shit's coming out. It's not based on when he's awake or asleep. But the reality is he absolutely could be a fucking wreck right now. Anyway. Also, this bullshit too. Every day is election day. No, every day is voting day, you dipshit.
You can do yourself. Get the right parts at the right price with eBay Motors.
That's my old car. I miss it.
All right, we are just 7 days away from election night, although every day is election day. Until then, because...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, asshat. Every day is voting day until then. You vote till then. It's not election day. The election day is the last day of voting. You dum-dum. This is lazy. What do you mean? What they're trying to do is complain about people having too many opportunities to vote.
If there's voting in America, it's election day. Earlier today, I sat down with former President Trump for...
No, if there's voting in America, early voting has started. It's not election day. There's a difference between the voting part and the getting elected part. Don't believe me? Go watch, shit, what could you watch? How about go watch what happened on January 6th. That's technically election day because that's the day they certify the Electoral College when the president is officially the president. Even though they've been certified until the Congress passes that, because the Electoral College is how we pick our president. That's fucking election day, dum-dum.
An exclusive interview. Here's part 1 of that interview.
By the way, here's part 1 of that interview. Like, you could do the fucking left side drift. He does it every fucking shot now. He's so over this bullshit.
Mr. President, great.
Thank you.
This will be, we're 1 week from today's election day.
Also, wait a minute. Sean Hannity is 6 feet tall. What the fuck is going on? Sean, I mean, I know he's a little further away, but that's not going to create a fucking camera effect. He's shrinking. That's all there is to it. I don't know if is it Ozempic and osteoporosis? What's happening? Is Trump picking smaller? Is his staff fucking with him? Is that what it is? Like they gave him the short chair? You ever come in someplace, you're in a studio or something like that, or somebody invites you over and you get the chair that's like this, and you're like, why did I get this chair? It seems like, is that what they're doing? Did Sean Hannity, hey man, did you give Trump the little chair, you asshole? Good for you.
Last interview I will ever have with you as a candidate.
Mm-hmm. And next, you will be interviewing him as a defendant.
I'm sure you're probably not thinking about that yet.
Well, not really, but it's a little bit sad. We've been together a long time as a candidate. Now we can be together maybe toward making America great again.
What? Why would you be sad about your final campaign in that regard? Campaigning's the worst of politics. It's not the best of politics. This is it. You're not going to call me Mr. Ex-President Trump candidate anymore. You won't even have to talk to me after this.
We have to do that.
You know, it is amazing.
Jesus. Look how fucking orange he is. Is he going as a pumpkin for Halloween? The fuck? I haven't seen a face that orange without a handle and candy in it.
With 1 week to go, how are you feeling about the race?
Feeling about the race? He can barely sit in the chair.
I think we're leading in every state, every swing
No, you're not. I don't care what you think. You're not.
state. I think we're even picking up maybe some states that traditionally don't go Republican.
No, you are not.
People want to see change. They don't want to have borders where murderers are being released into our country, and many others, drug dealers, where jails are being emptied out into our country. I happen to think it's...
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, in case you're just joining us. According to fresh reports from former Trump FBI informants, Guatemala has set up a giant water slide right out of their prison that ends in El Paso, and they even put in a really big, like a wave pool, and a nacho stand, and a Slurpee machine, and like all the hot dogs, everything you can get at a water park and stuff like that. And so they're just like instead of giving people the death penalty, they set them up. They're sitting in the chair. They give them the last rites. They give them a chance to make some final words. And then instead of injecting them with, a lethal injection or electrocuting them, the chair goes clunk like this, and they go whee, and then they just dump straight. It's like a 800-mile tube, just woo, and then sploosh right in El Paso, and then they're given a welfare check, pre-printed. I think it right in their own name, and a cell phone, and an apartment, and a list of potential victims.
The biggest issue.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's like Running Man, only wet.
I think inflation would be second. They have horrible inflation and economy.
No, we don't. Actually, we just got really good news on the economy again, and you can't pretend there wasn't a recovery. Fuck you.
I mean, the economy went bad because of inflation. We had no inflation whatsoever. We had a great...
No, the economy hit its rough patch because we were in a fucking worldwide pandemic. Does anybody recall that? Are we all just taking crazy, but we're just going to pretend COVID didn't happen? That things were, that his last year in office was just fucking smooth sailing. It was like some couple people had the sniffles and the stock market went up. Is that the story we're going to tell? While we're at it, why don't we just continue to blame Obama for how many people, got on food stamps in the first year of his presidency, without ever bringing up the crash of 2008? Why don't we do that too? Oh wait, they do.
Economy, maybe the best ever. I think the best economy.
No, it wasn't.
Anyone's ever had. And when you see what's happened to our country, it's very sad. But
is it? By the way, I want to send condolences out to Trump and everyone around him, because I don't know if you know this, but New York's a very dangerous place, people. It's very dangerous. It's scary. It's I mean, it's hell. It's like it's like Snake Plissken's playground. There are people coming up out of the manhole covers that are clearly Broadway actors, and you know, that are, you know, lucky to get a film job, and walk like they're in a Thriller video, and everyone gets, if you try to buy something at CVS, it's locked, but you still get stabbed. The anything you want, hairspray, drugs, Q-tips, all behind, the locked guy. But butcher knives, they hand them out on the street. So New York, very dangerous, very dangerous. I know you're thinking, New York was very dangerous in the 70s. No, worse. Also the 80s. Like the 90s as well. Huge spike in murders. No, not even close. It's much more insidious. Now, I believe the quote from this man is, you can't walk down the street without being raped and murdered. I suppose he means in that order, but I don't think he's making a distinction. Probably not. So I would like to give my condolences to every family member of every person who showed up at Trump's Megaworldwide rally at Madison Square Garden, because obviously they didn't make it home. Obviously, even if they did, it was like the Warriors. They were, trying to catch a train while being chased by the baseball furies. They couldn't get a slice of pizza. Many of them starved to death, waiting for waiting for the paramedics. So all the people in that, and I don't know why. I agree with you. I don't know why Trump would invite all of them to New York just to get murdered. Great, Dana. Now Dana in the chat room's been murdered because you went to buy bread. Yeah, thanks, Joe Biden. I gotta say, as Get Out the Vote campaign apparati goes, inviting everyone to be murdered I'm just gonna say it's a bad move. I'm just gonna say it. Subscribe. Okay, here we go. Or don't.
when you see what they're allowing to come into our country and kill people, I've just randomly just killed so many people. Young girls are dying left and right.
Left and right. Just that. Yeah, they're all over the place. Just like it's a slaughterhouse. It's like we live in the United States of Friday the 13th, Part 2. Because that's when it really started to pick up speed. Let's be honest. The United States of Saw. At some point, when are the people in Trump's crowd going to stop chanting USA and start chanting SAW? All right. I'll see if I can bring this sound up a little bit on this.
We can't let this happen. I think it's the most important issue. And we're talking about by the thousands. They're coming in by the hundreds of thousands and even the millions. And
and even the trillions, even the bazillions. We got a bazillion murderers. Believe it or don't. Yeah. And now you can't even. The weird thing is that they're not even, they haven't even started killing yet. Now it's just crowded.
So they have 21 million people released into our country.
No, they don't. Made up number. Fuck you. It's about 10.3, which is lower than it has been. It's so weird how they think people get into the country and they just live forever. It's always a stack. That's the thing about immigrants, man. They never pass away or go home. They always stay and live forever. They just get stronger and more muscly every day. They get those big cantaloupe calves and those big veins in their necks, and they go for, eventually you just get tired of picking strawberries. You got to stab a teenager. It's just how it's the natural order of things. It's in their genes, right, dum-dum? This motherfucker.
A ridiculous open border policy of Kamala.
Yeah, we don't have a open border policy, and even if we do, can I just say, why would the Customs and Border Patrol, which apparently who love him very much, let it happen? Right?
You have to blame her because she was put in charge of the border by Biden, who went to sleep at 4 o'clock.
No, she was in charge of the source of the migration, talking to the countries in South America specifically where they were coming from and organizing a way to, to slow that traffic. And guess what? It slowed down. It fucking worked. Jesus Christ. It's like saying she's the Band-Aid czar when she was the nutritionist.
And she's done a horrible job. And by the way, I think it's very important for your listeners to know that the Border Patrol...
Listeners? Listeners. He's on Sean Hannity's show. You're not on the radio, you dumb motherfucker. Do you even know what the guy across from you does for a fucking living? Let me remind you. He opens his mouth and holds your balls everywhere you go like he's a fucking pelican. What are you talking about? Listeners. But by the way, Trump, I don't know if you know this, he screws up seeing and hearing all the time.
I think people saw that loud and clear.
See what I mean?
Endorsed me powerfully and said she was horrible. They
so powerfully. They all had erections. It was so powerful in my. And they were curling 80-pound weights and just spanking it with the other hand while doing Elon Musk's nerd battle cry. It's like the first guy out the door in the auditions to play Bobcat Goldthwait in a biopic. Next.
Said I was the best ever and that she is the worst ever. So it shouldn't be that much of a choice.
I'm sorry. They said you were the... Sorry, Hank. They said you were the best ever and she was the worst ever. Did this endorsement take place in a middle school, you fucking twerp? Said I was like totally cool and you're like, you drool. Okay. Okay. They like said I was awesome and you were like, you like stink. You suck. Thank you very much. You're watching the House Sparks. Shit. House Sparks. The name is something normal. House Sparks. Megaworldwide. Subscribe.
She, in her own words, and this has frustrated me in the campaign, the media has covered for her, Yeah.
Look, nothing that Kamala could say could be worse than you giving yourself the big chair and using AI to shrink Trump down smaller every time you cut to the wide shot. I think it's a dick move personally.
An extension of her press office. She has said in her own words she wants to decriminalize illegal immigration.
No, she hasn't. No, she hasn't, you dumb fuck. It's just that you don't automatically get a criminal record by crossing the border, because if it turns out you were trying to seek asylum, you shouldn't anyways. That's not the point. You don't automatically get that part of it. Also, if you want to go back to, if you want to know somebody who actually did decriminalize, wait for it, motherfucker. Do you know who did decriminalize border crossings? You know who actually fucking did that? Him. By instituting Title 42. Under Title 8, if you cross the border illegally, when you're adjudicated, that goes on your record. And if you're not cleared for some huge reason, like you were running from a fucking pack of wolves and you crossed the border accidentally to save yourself and you didn't even realize you're just in the middle of the fucking desert and now you're in America, but the wolves stop at the line or something because they're Mexican cartel wolves, and they've been trained very well, and they're on those little shock collars, something like that. Whatever the reason is, you've technically crossed into the United States, but you're trying to save your own life by running from the wolves, so therefore you're not committing a crime, you're just trying to save your life. That is a higher standard. In Trump's America, the idea is what Sean Hannity is saying is that you should automatically be a criminal for that situation, right? If you are desperate and you cross the border illegally, even if you have a good reason to. What she's saying is that's not an automatic thing. You adjudicate these people. You give them a hearing at the very least. Most people get kicked out anyways, but in some cases people would. So it's not a blanket policy, nor should it be. But on top of that, Title 42 specifically decriminalized border crossing. You know why? Because if you come across the border, they don't put you through the process at all. They just kick you out, and it doesn't go on your permanent record. And if you come back through 10 times, it doesn't matter. That's how we got this fucking conveyor belt of drugs and people at the fucking southern border. It was Title 42. This motherfucker, he set up the cartels and put them in business. You know how they always say that Obama is the founder of ISIS, because it started while he was president, and we were busy dealing with Al-Qaeda, and so they took over territory. So you're like, by moving Al-Qaeda out of the way, these folks moved in, that horse shit. Okay, that can actually be said about Donald Trump and the cartel business model that's on our southern border right fucking now. Because that's what Title 42 does. It takes the legal process out, kicks people out, and it does not ding their record. They don't even bother to process them. They don't, nothing. They just, okay, you're bye. Because if they fingerprint people and they photograph them and do all that kind of shit and put a record, then that starts a legal process. So they don't even bother to do it. They just go bye, take you right back out. Well, the next time, first time that person came through, they paid $8,000 to $10,000 to cross the border. The next time, they're carrying drugs. See how that works? Okay. Sean Hannity's a dickhead. This is nonsense. I don't know why anybody doesn't bring this up. Why I feel alone in this. It's super fucking obvious.
Food, housing, healthcare, education. The running mate, legal drivers.
Yeah, what kind of Jesus bullshit is this?
Licenses for illegals. Free.
No. You don't get free driver's licenses for illegals. Does my hair cover my nipple? Of course it does. But I trimmed a little bit off the end of it, and it's up in a ponytail, so cut me some slack. You can get a driver's license in this country if you have a work permit. Then, for fuck's sake, even like Americans, and if they are, driver's licenses are a local thing. If they're getting them from Texas, Texas is giving them.
Taxpayer-funded college. Free sex change surgeries.
Okay, fuck you. Also, what he means is taxpayer-funded college education. He's talking about DACA. Because under DACA, children that were brought here by their parents during a specific window, by the way, a long time ago, now have the right, because they've aged up and they're not from their original country. They're from here. They grew up here. They don't oftentimes speak even the language of their native country, can get into a local community college the same way anybody else can, because the idea is that they're going to be citizens because they were children when they were brought here. They brought here like 6 years old. It's not there, and they've lived here for fucking 15 years.
Correct. And defund the police. And defund the police. Don't forget, she was one of the leaders of defund the police. That means it's in.
No, she wasn't. She was one of the leaders of funding mental health care services, so that when people are having a mental health episode, that you have an alternative to incarceration or dealing with them, violence on violence. That doesn't mean you're defunding the cops. That's extra funding. It's not a zero-sum game.
Her psyche, defunding the police. We have to do the opposite. We have
like he literally has trouble coming up with the word thinking or philosophy. I think that's what he was trying to say. Literally, he was trying to say it's her philosophy.
And defund the police. Don't forget, she was one of the leaders of defund the police. That means it's in her psyche. Defund.
In her psyche.
The police. We have to do the opposite. We have to let the police do their job.
That's not the opposite of letting the police do their job. I guess defunding the police would be funding the police, which they're already being funded, So what's the opposite of defund? Overfund? You're such a weirdo.
You can't take away their house and their pension and their family and everything else if they are a little bit more aggressive. We have
okay, deal. No cop in this country has ever gotten in trouble for being, quote, a little bit more aggressive. Not a one. 9 months of kneeling on, 9 minutes of kneeling on someone's neck. Listen to me, months. 9 minutes of kneeling on someone's neck when they're clearly passing away, below, underneath you, is not a little more aggressive.
Country is a crime-ridden country. When they go into
I love how he his brain is looking for like cesspool or something. Our country's a crime-ridden cesspool. And sometimes he'll go to dumping ground or garbage because they're really rudimentary, childish phrases. But a lot of times he can't even find the word, so he just says the word again. This guy is like a totally weird guy. He does it all the time.
Department stores, and they strip the store. They strip the store, and our police are standing out there wanting to do their job, but they're told, stand down, don't touch anybody. And they're walking out with refrigerators.
Never happened. This is, by the way, this is as fucking stupid as they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people who live there. No. This is just as stupid. Cops have not been told to stand down and are standing there watching people carrying refrigerators out of completely stripped department stores. Not anywhere. Like, this motherfucker is, I don't know if he's just like hallucinating, like looting from Katrina or some shit in his head and overlapping it with, like, it's fucking weird.
And they're walking out with air conditioners.
Well, it's hot. I mean, what if? Yeah, it's hot outside. Maybe they brought it with them. You know what I mean? Maybe they got a little battery pack and it's just plugged into the. You got one of those little like phone batteries, and they plug it in and just wear it. And everybody's like, oh, that's so much better. Oh yeah, it just blows right down the back of my shirt. This is fucking great. That didn't hurt your back? Nah. Well, I mean a little bit, but it's just that it keeps the sweat out of the crack of my ass. It's good.
And there's hundreds of.
They let them walk away as long as it's under $1,000.
Yeah.
No, they don't. It's just not a felony.
Well, that was her policy. Anything under $950, you don't prosecute. But really, it's much worse. They don't prosecute anyone.
Also, by the way, there's a really strong shadow on his nose in this lighting. Or he's literally missing a chunk of his face. This is such a sharp, like that's really dark. Is that a mixture of like too much orange and bad lighting? Is his nose getting more bulbous and creating sharper cut lines?
Well, the only ones they go after is me, people like me.
It literally looks like he has an 8 proboscis.
They go after Catholics. They go after, and evangelicals will be next. This is a horrible group.
What? Sorry. What are they waiting for? And just in case you've just joined us from Earth 2 and you're like, what the fuck is happening here? Yeah, the sitting president is our second of only 2 Catholic presidents, and he is a practicing pious Catholic who goes to mass regularly every weekend at the church where his child is buried in the cemetery, and he pays his respects there. Nobody's coming after Catholics, you weird asshole, except for you. This asshole is coming for Catholics. This guy's coming for your wallet.
People, these are very dangerous people.
Mm-hmm. Or they will.
Yeah. Wait, Sean, fix it for him. Clean this up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see A rudimentary lesson in turd polishing.
After, and evangelicals will be next. This is a horrible group of people. These are very dangerous people.
Mm-hmm. Or they'll use limited resources to look into moms and dads at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists.
That's right.
They'll use, fuck you, dude. They'll use limited resources. Will they? Is that what they're doing? They're using limited resources to look at, well, fuck, I thought they were labeling them domestic terrorists, so the funding just goes through the roof. Why? What? So the complaint now is not that they're wrongly going after these parents that threatened to put car bombs in the, under the vehicles of vice principals and people on the fucking school board. That's not the problem. It's that, we've got a lot of debt. Thanks, Hannity. Jesus Christ.
We're now with the final week of this campaign.
Uh-huh. And the final week of Trump's relevance. Kids. Now, don't get me wrong. There'll be a few dangle days afterwards where he's going to fight at it and stuff like that. But he's given up already. You can tell. He's fucking over it. He's hoping he loses soundly. He's just got to go down swinging or he won't be able to make money off maggots for the rest of his life and pay for his legal bills with them going, the sun shines out of your ass and I want an orange tan. Right? Look at Sean Hannity and look at him. He's staring at a man who, in some twisted way, he considers a friend. Sean Hannity thinks Donald Trump is his friend. Now, Donald Trump doesn't have any friends. He has sycophants and people who are psychotic supporters, like Jim Jones didn't have any friends either. But Sean Hannity thinks he might be one of Trump's real friends because of access, not because of reciprocal relationship stuff that one would expect from a normal friendship. Look at his fucking face, though.
We have two very, very different closing arguments that have emerged.
Uh-huh. We do? What did I say? First, give me mine, because I don't remember what mine is. This is what Sean Hannity's looking at. This is the reverse angle of Sean Hannity looking into the face of power, strength, virility, machismo. IMCA. It's fun to bang, 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 bang. Bad baby, bad baby. This is what Sean Hannity is looking at when he's trying his level best to pretend that he believes these things about this asshole.
Kamala's closing argument, her surrogates, Nazi, fascist, racist.
Check.
Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini.
Hold on real quick. The Hitler comparison is Trump's. His own running mate called him that. Trump had a book of Hitler speeches on his nightstand, according to his recent dead wife. Hold on one second. Why did my... Oh, my... Okay, there we go. There we go. For some reason, my headphones like disconnect and then reconnect. It's we'll figure it out. I'm not worried. I just show must go on. All right. So no, we don't compare him to Stalin at all. And the comparison to Hitler started on his side. And Mussolini, the only comparison Trump gets to Mussolini is that we know he tries to hold his chin up to hide he does the Mussolini face, according to those around him, because it takes away his nunt and it makes it, his jawline look bigger. So he does this stupid fucking Mussolini face. I don't think he even knows what the fuck Mussolini or Stalin did. And depending on who he talks to in his campaign, he doesn't know whether they're good or bad.
And I thought this was supposed to be the campaign of joy.
Oh, Oh, it is. It is. I know some, my mom's a nurse. My mom's a nurse. She's a very happy-go-lucky human being. But there are times when someone might be dying of a physical trauma right in front of her in the hospital where she would get very serious indeed. She might even yell at somebody who's fucking around and might cause the death of this person, right? And then when that's over, she goes back to being happy. The acuteness of his threat requires requires you to let the voter know that you take it as seriously as they do. We're not joking about how awful this motherfucker would be once he gets in office. We're just pointing out that he's a fucking joke.
It's even very joyful to me. What's your...
I don't know. She seems to be having a great time. That, you know, again, you could addressing this motherfucker is one thing, but everywhere else, when talking about what she wants to do for the people themselves and as a public servant, man, she lights up.
Reaction when you hear that?
They have no joy.
They have no palm olive. I'm soaking in it right now. My feet are in it. I also pour it into my diaper. It cuts the smell. Not a lot, as you can tell. You know that plastic that we put on the windows? It bubbles as soon as I walk in the room.
They took it away from him, man. I'm not a fan of Biden, obviously, but...
Sorry, they took Biden's joy?
He got 14 million votes. She got no votes.
She got the same votes he did in the election, fuckwad. And also, the 14 million was this time. In the first one, again, she wasn't in this. I really think he thinks she was in the second primary. Like, she ran against him. Holy fuck. I'm just kind of realizing this. I think this doddering motherfucker thinks that when Nikki Haley was running against him, that was Kamala Harris running on her own to be president. Like, at times when he saw her, he thought that's Kamala Harris running in a primary to get the nomination. For real. Because he brings it up like it just fucking happened. Right? It makes total fucking sense.
She was the last in 22 people ran. She was last. She came in last.
That's in 2019. And she wasn't last. She was the first to get out because she and Biden knew that they would be a good ticket together. They joined up. Instead of her chipping away at him and him chipping away at her, and they were like, we've got a lot in common. We can do something together. And she dropped out so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of the primary season denting the person in front of her and on her first run, which is dumb to start with. It was a brilliant move to get out early. And you know how brilliant it was? She ended up the fucking vice president. That's how smart Kamala Harris is. Instead of staying in and chipping away at shit. And even then, Biden put in Buttigieg. He stayed in longer. He created a bridge with Bernie Sanders, broader, wider, and more inclusive than anybody else in the Democratic Party had. More than I would argue he deserves at times. All right? But Harris didn't stay in and go, all right, if I stay in, because I'm so far behind and I'm so new to this, and this is my first time running, and she was her first term as a senator, I believe. I'm ice skating uphill. Everybody on the fringes of it. If you're one of the outside candidates, one of the things you can do is go cabinet vice president. I'd be great for this. And so you make a strategic decision. Do I stay in and keep chipping away at my fellow Democrats, or do I go, this is too fucking serious. I'm gonna drop out of this, and maybe vice president, she would have been great at the fucking DOJ. I mean, we know her as the vice president in this situation, but holy shit. I mean, I was the one, look, it was me. I'm the one who called that was what the ticket was going to be in 2019. I said it multiple times. You go back and check. I was like, that's going to be the ticket, and they're going to win. And everybody was like, what are you talking about? And I said, it's going to be Biden-Harris, and they're going to win by double at least what Hillary got as far as the popular vote and definitely the Electoral College. And everybody looked at me like I was fucking nuts. And then you're welcome. In this situation, though, before she was, even before she ran, one of the things that she was being thought of was any Democratic president would put her in as the head of the DOJ. She'd have Merrick Garland. And can you imagine Harris as the head of the DOJ, right? This is, think early 2019, late 2018, that zone.
Never made it to Iowa. They went in and they said, you're not running anymore. We're taking it away. They took it away, and he gave up much more easily than I would have thought he would have. But this is not a campaign of joy for them. It's a campaign of hatred.
Well, I mean, no. Just because we hate you doesn't mean we experience hatred. As a matter of fact, hatred would be kind of a generalized malaise. I hate Trump. I hate parking meters. I hate the people in line at the grocery store. I hate okra. Blah. Just walking around like that all the time. We don't. It's pretty localized, motherfucker. We're having a good time right now. And as soon as you're broomed, shit's going to get real normal real fast.
My father, and I mentioned this for the first time yesterday, I was in Pennsylvania.
Oh, dear. Let me guess. It's that shit about your dad saying, don't mention Hitler, don't mention Nazis, and you're going to do both.
And I mentioned it. I said, my father, when I was young, never mentioned the name Hitler, ever. He was tough on it. Somebody would say Hitler. Never mention that name.
Do you know why? Like, first of all, your dad was a big fan of Henry Ford, and not exactly against some of the stuff that Hitler said. But if your dad wasn't a Hitler fan, good for him. At least he had a line somewhere. And was that someone who brought it up, you? And were you saying he did some good things, and that's why he said it? Your own father was like, why are you espousing Hitler in this household? Maybe that's why Trump's mother was like, I think we're raising the Antichrist.
Nazi. Never mention that name. And he meant it too.
Why? Because you were saying, I'm a huge fan of, and then you would say those other things? Is that why? Because it would seem like if you were, I don't know, discussing history even, the name might come up. But what movie are you going to go see tonight? We're going to go see Saving Private Ryan. What's that about? It's about when our country fought the guys. Remember the guy with the Charlie Chaplin mustache, and the people that we wished we could not see anymore is those.
And it was a word that you never use. You never use those words.
Also, no. At least clarify that you mean as pejoratives. But the problem is, I don't know if he understood why his dad hated it.
The embodiment of evil.
Yeah, and by the way, Hannity's trying to dig him out because this is the embodiment of evil or something like that. I'm like, okay, well then fucking don't say evil then. What the fuck? If he's the embodiment of evil, what's the difference in evil in the first place?
They accuse me of being a Nazi. They accuse me of being a Hitler-type guy.
Come on, Hitler-type guy. It's like, when did he turn into Jack Palance in fucking Batman? Hitler, you're my number one guy.
You never use those words. And now they accuse me of being a Nazi. They accuse me of being a Hitler-type guy. Or
yeah, type guy. What do you mean type guy? A snazzy dresser with iconic hair, as it were. I don't accuse him of being a Hitler type guy. I accuse you of being a Hitler fan, which is fucked up, and also a Pervitin addict. Even though you mix your own batch. I understand that. It's not the exact, maybe that's your problem. Maybe you had the original stuff from old Germany. Shit, you know what? Maybe you do. Maybe this motherfucker has somebody smuggle Pervitin in from overseas, and they just have a big fucking stash of it. Thanks, Ronnie Johnson.
Hitler lover, and I'm not. I'm the opposite.
It's the opposite of a Hitler lover? Oh, well then just say you're a Hitler hater. Just say I hate Hitler. And then, you know what you could do? You could list a bunch of reasons why he's a bad guy. And what makes your philosophy different from his. And why somebody, is, denigrating his victims because of what you believe versus he believes. Or, you know what, fuck that. Just go out of the opposite and move on.
They're the ones that are doing, they're oppressive. This is like an oppressive machine. And, they also happen.
It is. Yeah, the Democrats are like an oppressive machine, especially what they're doing with women's rights right now. They're trying to force women to have a choice, they really aren't able to make, right?
And have the press for whatever reason. But think of what they're fighting for. They're fighting for open borders where
no, we're not.
Millions of people can pour into our country. Think of it. Millions of
Hey, stupid. Real quick. Now, I know you're not going to hear this until it's far too late, but I hope you're watching this from your cell in the future. And piece of advice. If someone accuses you of being a Hitler-like guy, and you're trying to push back on that criticism of you as a Hitler-type guy, maybe don't follow it up with anti-immigrant, poisoning the blood of our country. You can tell by the look of these people that they're criminals talk, because that's the kind of stuff you would expect from a Hitler type guy.
Who can get elected with that? They're thinking of.
Apparently Biden, dum-dum. Maybe you suck that bad. How's it feel? How's it feel to run against somebody who believes in total or open borders, no country whatsoever? They want to be the president of the Wild West. Fuck it. Anybody can go anywhere they want. There's no such thing as private property. Run wild, you maniacs. Might makes right. Punch your way across the entire country. Fuck it. Try to make it all the way to Canada without stepping on a landmine. And that person kicked your ass. And they're going to do it again.
Having men playing in women's sports.
No, trans women aren't men. They might be biologically male, and they might be in the process of transitioning, and there should be rules, for example, on the amount of testosterone in your body and at what point in the transition you can actually compete, against, sensible conversations about how it should actually work, so that you have trans kids and trans people who can live the life they deserve to live, and you don't have autogynephiliacs and the BTKs of the world pretending that they're trans just to take advantage of things. That's an important line to have to protect trans people from posers. Okay? But that's not the same as this just bigoted blather, whatever the fuck you're saying.
It's interesting. I've been a politician now for 9 years. I hate to say I'm a politician. I guess I'm a politician.
Yeah, you held office, and you're running again. Now, I wouldn't say you're a legit politician. I think you're grifting off politics.
Nobody's ever come to me and say, "Sir, it's really important that we let men play in women's sports." Sir.
Yeah, nobody said that to anybody. But if anybody came to you and said, we have an issue where, young people who are transitioning want to compete in the sport that they are, that is more akin to their gender identity that they have versus their biological sex at birth, and it's a murky area, and it requires dignity and respect and a serious discussion about all the merits and the value of doing it hastily versus making sure the person feels supported and loved if they can't at that point, because quite frankly, you're just too big and strong for this particular thing like that. That's okay. There's a sensitive and smart way of doing it, and fuck it, just throw it out and just say men and women's sports, denigrate them, denigrate people in sports. Fuck it, never mind.
Transgender operations all over the place are really.
Yeah, all over the place. I swear to God, if I kick one more dick walking down the street, they just, honest to God, most of the people who go into the hospital today come back with different genitalia all over the place.
Nobody ever brought this stuff up. They bring up.
Yeah, they still aren't, you fucking weirdo. It's 0.05% of the population.
Could you lower taxes? Could you do this? Could you do that? Could you help me here? My
yeah, and you didn't do that, did you?
Businesses, et cetera, et cetera. They bring up a lot of things. But nobody ever came to me and said, it's really important that we do this. Men should play in women's sports. I think it's got a constituency of about almost nothing, and yet they do it. Maybe it's because they want to destroy the country. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how they're going to do it. Like, we need a plan to destroy the country. Should we gather a bunch of supporters on the National Mall and then send them to attack the country, the Congress, while they're counting the electoral votes? That seems like a direct plan. No, that might be too effective if it actually works. I suggest a more subtle plan. Let's take 0.05% of the populace and vilify them and use autogynephiliac serial killers who are not trans as a scare tactic to undermine women's sports so that the country falls apart because we throw off betting in the WNBA in 30 years. Brilliant. That'll do it. Yeah. If you're going to destroy a country, I got to say, that's the laziest fucking way to do it. Right? Look, I'm a smart guy. Some would even say a genius. Stable, we don't know about. I would never judge that. As a matter of fact, I would leave that up to other people. I think that particular, descriptive would be someone else's, because, every human being is in flux. And as a comedian, it's my job to not, I'm sort of an anti-stability artist. Huh? So, I often do an exercise, I've told you guys this, where I go through the motions of, if I was evil and I really wanted to do some damage here, what would I do? It's a martial arts thing. It's every good tactician should have that ability. It's set a thief to catch a thief. That, if you watch Mindhunter, they have to start thinking like a serial killer to catch a serial killer, all that kind of stuff. Okay, fine. We know this. It's not that weird. And not being afraid of that exercise really helps you understand how to counter these dumb fuckers. That's why I know that mocking this asshole is the only way to bring him down. You have to make him ridiculous. You can't get aggravated at him and go, fuck you, ah. It won't work. It doesn't make a difference because his supporters want that reaction. Yeah, there you go, Boston Brian, The Art of War, right? They want you to get upset. What they really are scared of is if you're like, this asshole is very silly. He's a very silly man. And he is. And that means you can really see him. And that scares the shit out of him, right? And so you can tell partly because they will, whatever their biggest weapon that they fear could be used against their side, they will use on the other side. So there's a lot of joking and shit like that, right? They just do it very poorly. But they're really afraid of it when it comes to him. And insofar as the strategy of that's why lately in looking back over the Jan 6 stuff, I've been starting to see stuff that ties together strategically, conversations, text messages, people that were in positions, people that were involved with the Proud Boys and stuff that were put together and that's where that detail about Max Miller popped up. And for those of you who don't know, Max Miller is a Trump-endorsed Republican candidate for the House, I believe. And he was an aide in the Trump White House during January 6th. And the story that you've been told is that, hold on, must include, yes. Let's see. Here's the whole report. The piece. Chesborough, not Eastman. I'm going to make sure I get this. Yeah, Trump was going to call on everybody to march to the Capitol. And one of the reasons why they, in this process, hold on, let me see if I can bring this up before I can show it to you. One of the ways that they were going to do it was, what we've heard is Trump floated the idea of 10,000 soldiers to protect the Capitol, and he offered it to Pelosi, and she turned it down. This is not true. What was, there you go, Let's see if I can find the actual text message from him. Continue with that. There we go. Get out of here. Max Miller worked in there a little bit. I want to find the actual quote from him in this. It's shorter. Essentially, he was the one who nixed the 10,000 troops thing. And the reason was because Trump wanted the 10,000 troops to protect him, to accompany the demonstrators on the march to the Capitol, not to protect the Capitol from it, but to actually act as soldiers to protect the marchers. At which point he was going to institute the Insurrection Act, and when he instituted the Insurrection Act, then the National Guard would effectively be private troops of the sitting president. They would have to follow his order. Let's see if I can get this guy in here. This is 845-page report, so there's a bunch of shit in here. I'll find it in a minute. Hold on, chat room. Let me go to this real quick so you can talk amongst yourself. I just want to find this piece because it's kind of crucial.
Care for minors.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Care.
Mm-hmm. Get back up here. Come back up. Open up. Come on. Why are you doing that? Here we go. National Guard response. Got it. Okay. Concern over optics. Colossal intelligence fan. Started to testify, push a thing. Donald Trump says his father doesn't text, which is bullshit. He borrows other people's phones and texts, which is nonsense. Loyalty tests. McEntee, Melania Trump apparently didn't like Mark Meadows. Rally organizers worry about the involvement of fringe activists. Here we go. I'm going to pop this up for you guys again. Pearson, I didn't know what was going to happen at the Capitol. I knew it wouldn't be good. That's why I could not be flexible at all on this one. That's why she stepped down. I'm going to find the part of it. But Max Miller was the guy who said, I'm glad we got rid of, we nixed the 10,000 troops. Because the idea was that they would guard the people going to the, fuck man, where's that quote? It's an 845-page report. So there's a lot of the reports on it. I should pull this and have it as, let's see, 10,000 troops. Da-da-da-bow. 10,000, subpoenas to test is in, deposition, highlights, congressional. This is going to annoy me. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is the Trump did not have 10,000 troops ready to deploy on Jan 6, his defense secretary says. It's Christopher Miller, who he put in, but this is not from my perspective. let's see, that the 10,000 natural groups were told to be on the ready by Miller. Other Trump officials have repeated this claim since then. Miller conceded a non-military person probably could not have some sort of weird interpretation, but no, the answer to your question is no. When asked if there were 10,000 troops ready, this is during the deposition when they asked Miller about this. What he would he goes, when asked directly if there was a direct order from Trump, Miller said, that's correct. There was no order from the president. And this means to have troops on the ready to protect, people. But ultimately, they were there to guard the marchers. I will find that and post it. It's annoying me now. But he ultimately, Miller was the main guy who said there weren't 10,000 troops there to protect the Capitol. And ultimately, he was the one who said in text messages, I'm glad we nixed the 10,000 troops because they were there to guard the demonstrators.
Without parental consent.
So
also, no one's getting. Oh, fuck you. Hold on. Let's get back to here.
Food, housing, healthcare, education.
young, never mentioned the name Hitler, ever. A young man leaves for school. Low taxes. Could you do this? Could you do that? I think it's got a constituency of about almost nothing, and yet they do it. Maybe it's because they want to destroy the country. I don't know.
Or gender-affirming care for minors.
Sure.
Care without parental consent.
So
nonsense. No. And by the way, care and caring is not the same thing. And not telling a parent, not being ordered to tell a parent anything that's going on. If your kid was religious and your kid, they took off their cross when they got to school and they put it in their fucking locker, and the parents, and then they put it on when they went back home, but their parents insisted they wear it at school because that was their religious belief. The idea that a teacher would have the right to call a parent and say, I've seen your son take off his cross when he comes to school. I know you guys think you send him to school wearing that. We've talked about it at parent-teacher conferences. You keep bringing it up, but he takes it off and he puts it in his locker, and then he puts it on when he goes back home so you guys don't see it. And then the kid gets killed. Parents beat him to death. That happens. That kind of shit happens. That's why you don't tell parents about any of the kind of social aspect unless it's directly dangerous.
a young man leaves for school and goes to school, and the authority takes him over without
Again, this is fucking bananas.
parental consent. And
No, the authority do not take kids out of school and cut their cocks off. This is
do
ridiculous.
things to him that you don't want to know about.
Yes, I do. I want to know about them. You know who else wants to know about them? The kid's parents. And you know who would know about them? The kid's parents. You're out of your fucking mind.
I mean, is this supposed to be America? I don't think so.
That doesn't sound.
You're right. It's not. You're right. It's fucking cloud cuckoo land, you nutcase.
People are radical people, and let me tell you, she's not a smart person. She's a low IQ individual. I've said it for.
Okay, and by the way, low IQ, what he means is genetically. Let's be abundantly clear. When he keeps bringing this shit up, low IQ is in his mind a genetic aspect of intelligence. You have a max out intelligence. He thinks he's a high IQ individual because his uncle was the smartest scientist at MIT, as if a fucking relative's brains have anything to do with yours. Good Lord. But I mean, her father was the guy who crafted the economic plan for the Virgin Islands that salvaged their economy. So whatever. Anyways, yeah, it's the smartest phrenology. It's just garbage. But don't get confused when he says low IQ. This is a racist thing that, yes, it's bell curve bullshit. Absolutely.
Long time. She speaks so slowly. Everything's so slow.
No, it isn't. What is that?
She thinks of answers. They ask her a question. She talks about she was grown up with a lawn growing on her front yard.
Yes, I have her mention. I've had her mention having a lawn growing on her front yard. I didn't even know that was possible. I would love to hear talk about fancy pants. A double-decker lawn. A lawn growing on top of your front yard. I don't even know how that happens. Does it require scaffolding? Yeah. Thanks, Gramps. Yeah, a a lawn growing in her front yard. I mean, it's almost a direct quote. Jesus Christ, this guy has the best memory.
Everything is like crazy. 60 Minutes.
Yeah, you're right. Everything is like crazy. Apparently, I have to say, the crazy part, to me, in this situation, might be your fucking ears.
It protects her. 60 Minutes takes out her answer and puts a new answer in because her answer was so bad.
No, they truncated the answer for time.
Could you imagine them doing? I'd love to have them do.
This motherfucker.
Files.
Yeah,
Would you declassify JFK files?
yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think.
Okay, Fox cut his answer. Fox cut his answer at, yeah, I would. This is the rest of the answer.
That less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would definitely do the January 6th because, beyond all of them. Because what happened, how about the Unselect Committee? They had.
Also, this edit, like where they literally have to do another edit, even the version that they left in, they throw in this fucking picture so that they can cut around.
They had meetings, they had all Democrats and 2 failed Republicans, right? Cheney and crying at him.
Yikes. Sorry about that, folks. I apologize. That's just wrong. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. I apologize. So that's just, you consider yourself warned going forward. If you need to leave the room, maybe. All right.
Kinzinger. See, Biden couldn't do this interview. Do you think he'd remember crying? Adam Kinzinger, do you think?
Also, what? I mean, again, why wouldn't you remember one of 2 of your own party that was on a committee that was after you? Biden, the reason Biden was so late getting out of the fucking SOTU is he knows everybody. Sorry, what? How'd you put your woke show on the podcast? I don't know what you mean, Sean. The show is a podcast, by the way. The House Parks podcast, Megaworldwide. Just letting you know.
You'd remember all these different.
Oh, sorry.
Good for me. Think of it, John. 60 Minutes, CBS, they should lose their license. This isn't just editing.
Jesus Christ. These folks cut out the part where he said he wouldn't declassify the Epstein files. They cut it off at, yeah, I would. I mean, I think I would. I wouldn't really. You'd have to be careful because there's a lot of stuff in there. By the way, you don't think there's a lot of stuff and untruths and fucked up stuff in the JFK stuff? But you'd release that?
Took out her whole answer, every word, and they put a totally different answer in.
Nonsense.
So that she looked better because she looked like a very stupid person.
Thanks for downloading the podcast today. That's lovely. Subscribe, will you? To something, for fuck's sake.
They would have left the original answer. I've never even heard of a thing like that.
You mentioned.
Really? You've never even. No? No, nobody. You never even heard of somebody editing an answer?
For anything, just the way it is. Think of it. They have almost.
Oh, shit. Hold on. That was Will Kane's show.
If it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony second time. Anyone, it's so bad for our country. Find out.
Can we just in institutions, the CIA, one way to build trust? So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah, I did. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
That's the edit. She goes, all right. All right. By the way, there's still like ongoing stuff against Ghislaine Maxwell, and other people involved that they're trying to snatch up. So that's why they don't release some of the things, so that people can't go, oh fuck, they've got the stuff on me, I gotta beat feet, right? That's one of the reasons you, on these long-term things, you don't release everything. I don't know about not the JFK, but the Epstein stuff. You're like, I wouldn't release some of it because we're trying to catch some of the people that are involved in it, and they might figure out the FBI's onto them. I would consult with law enforcement to make sure that we weren't stepping on an investigation or the ability to, make sure that some of these people get the justice they deserve. That you could say that. But he's too fucking stupid even to lie well.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Yeah.
But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly.
Fuck, they so tried to give him an out. Dude, she tried to, she just wanted, if you hadn't mentioned Epstein again, they could have taken from her answer and gone forward with it and gone, yeah, I think it would. I think it would. She was trying to give you, she was literally trying to set up an edit out point. Because let me show you something. This motherfucker doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. Look at her face, too.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I would. Cut in the interview. And then we pick it up at this point.
What happened there? Because that was a weird.
Hold on. I think wherever her part is.
The others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there, because that was a weird.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think it's before this part.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Shit.
Would
I
you,
did.
It's only a couple of seconds,
A
so
lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
I'll show you where the cuts are.
Yeah, I would.
Just live.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that
Right
less
there.
so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as.
See, she was trying to pick it up where they could cut that chunk out and go, would that restore trust? Yeah, I would. Do you think that would restore trust? Yeah, I think it would. But you had to mention Epstein again because it scares the fuck out of him.
As I do the others. Certainly.
Just a fucking dipshit. And thank God he's so dumb.
Your father, and you did have, I know the media would like to focus on the comments of one general, but you had about a week or so ago 200 former generals, admirals all come out in support of you.
Former?
Talk about
Yeah.
over 300 people
300.
from the administration.
Wait a minute. You had 300 peepers?
About a week or so ago, 200 former generals, admirals all come out in
Nobody
support
wants
of
to
you.
talk about.
Yeah.
Over 300 people
300.
from the administration.
I would have figured he had far more peepers in the administration than just 300.
The most respected people. I see even Bill Barr's name was mentioned. I said, well, that's nice. Because he understood, he understood I did a hell of a good job. And so did everyone. They signed a document. Over 300 people. The press will not put it out. I'm so glad you guys, thank you for asking this question. But I had over 300 of the top people from intelligence, generals, everybody, from the administration saying Trump was a great president.
Sorry. Well, okay, real quick. 300 former Trump letter. Well, yeah, the only thing I'm seeing, oh, here he goes. The only thing I'm seeing about 300, let's see if I can get these in line. What's coming up? Open letter backing. No, that's not it either. Okay. Yeah, here's what I got so far. You'll be surprised to find that a bunch of them aren't necessarily positive. This is the first one. More than 700 current and former national security officials back Harris. A letter signed by former secretaries of state and defense endorsed her and said former President Donald J. Trump poses a threat to the nation's defense and its democratic system. More than 300 ex-officials say Trump's Ukraine actions are a profound national security concern. The former national security officials from Democratic and GOP administration shared their worries over Trump in a letter released on Friday. That's in 2019. That's during impeachment. 13 former Trump administration officials signed open letter backing up John Kelly's criticism of Trump. Kelly told them that he meets the definition of a fascist. We applaud General Kelly for highlighting in stark details the danger of the second Trump term. Yeah, I don't see the top people thing. Top men.
But the press won't put that out. They just don't. Look, we have a
Why don't you put it out, motherfucker? Why isn't it showing up? Because it's bullshit?
very, very corrupt and dishonest press. And I think with time it gets better because they're all doing pretty bad.
Why didn't you post? Didn't you say I posted it on Truth Social? And why wouldn't Sean Hannity go? Yeah, we posted it on our site. It'll be in the comments on our videos. That would be easy enough, wouldn't it?
Badly.
Let me ask you this.
Can you kick my ass?
You mentioned your father said never say the word Nazi.
Yes, he also said never have glasses of water on a table nearby. It just promotes the wrong kind of behavior. Also, if you're sitting with another man in a room, it's best to face directly in front of him so that your crotches are pointed at each other, and whoever covers their lap with paper first loses.
And you even have NBC News comparing Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally, and I'll get to MSG in a second, and I'll get to your closing arguments.
Which I thought, we got great reviews for our Nazi rally.
But what's interesting is if you want to talk about the embodiment of evil, you talk about Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you could also talk about Jim Jones, David Koresh, Pol Pot, any number of East Timorese generals, the Burmese military. I mean, Vladimir Putin.
And they are pounding this. It is their closing argument. This is the environment we're in.
But it's the only thing they can do.
Hey, no. This isn't the environment, Sean. Wait. Stop. Sean, we're not in this environment. It was your job. You had 6 jobs to clean up his dictator comments, and you couldn't fucking do it. That's what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to, when he said, I'd like to be a dictator for one day, and he said being a dictator isn't necessarily bad, you were supposed to go in and clean it up and go, no, of course I don't mean that. I'm not going to be a dictator. It would just, if we could get past all the obstruction from these people, because the stuff I'm talking about is very popular with the people. That's like, it's an easy fucking answer, but he couldn't even do that, could he, Sean? You know why? It's not him. I don't blame him. He's fucking stupid. I blame you, Sean. It isn't... Trump probably could have been talked into saying the right thing, scripting him into a moment that salvaged that moment. But you fucked up, Sean. You're terrible at it. You suck. As a Trump whisperer, as a messaging expert, as a fucking, talking point cowboy, whatever the fuck you think you are, you suck. You suck, son. You're terrible at this, and it's all your fault. The reason they're calling him Stalin and Hitler and stuff is because not only did he not listen to you, but he took what you said as a challenge and decided, fuck it, I'm only going to get one chance at having a Madison Square Garden gathering, so let's just do it like the Nazis did. Come on, baby. Dude, they had red flags hanging everywhere. Get the fuck out of here. Half of it was directly racist statements, for fuck's sake. And it's not his fault. He's stupid. He can't help himself. Sean, you were supposed to be there for him. You were supposed to stop this. You were supposed to help him reclaim his legacy that he fucked up on January 6th, and you couldn't do it. Now, some people will tell you, Sean, that's because he's an inherently flawed man. He can't be salvaged. I don't buy it. I think he's enough of a showman and he's got enough muscle memory as a bullshit artist that he could be convinced to lie effectively. But you're just too stupid, Sean. You're just too stupid. You're a dumb man and you're weak and you're bad at this and everybody's relying on you and you fucked up. Other than that, I have no opinion.
Because look, I had the best economy in history.
No, he did not.
I had the strongest border, and the border.
No, he didn't. He had COVID.
Wall. I built 500 miles of wall.
He had 21 miles of extra wall. The rest of it was just reinforced barrier that was already slated to be replaced during the Obama years.
And without that wall, nobody could do anything. You couldn't. Remember they used to say you don't need a wall. What are you going to do? Send some drones up to look around?
She called it a vanity project.
Yeah, but now they have
vanity.
Yeah, and it helped so much, though. You built 500 miles of wall, and look, it nearly, I mean, I don't even know why we're even worried about the border. It can't be open. It's got a giant fucking wall. Or it could be maggots scoot in. When you got a piece of fencing, barbed wire fencing, whatever you got, and it runs up an embankment, and you just put little stake. You stake the fence post in the ground. They only have to go down about 2-3 feet, maybe a little bit of concrete in the base. They'll stay right there, and you chain the fence together. Like I said, put a little barbed wire across it, and then the ground on the Mexican side of it can be rocky and it can be on you put it right up to the edge of a slope, so it's very hard to get up. Even if you can get up the dirty side of it, getting over the chain link fence with the barbed wire on it afterwards would be very, very difficult. But then, what if I said, that's not good enough? It doesn't look scary, even though it works. I want something more macho. So let's build a giant wall. Well, to do that, you're going to need to flatten out the ground on both sides of the wall so you can build a foundation deep enough to hold the wall up. And the construction crews are going to need to work on both sides of the fucking thing. So you are going to need an access road on this side and an access road on this side. Now, where is the wall going to end? It's going to end where the federal government cannot build wall, private land or Indian land. And that's exactly what happened. They flattened out the ground on either side of the wall. In some cases, Donald Trump is the first president to give territory to Mexico since the fucking Alamo. And now the southern side of it, and by the way, somebody's like, do you think he watches your show? No, but I know some maggots do, and this is for you. This is for you, maggots. Mr. Construction here will tell you that if you want to build a big wall like that, you can't just build it right on the edge of a fucking embankment right next to the water. It'll fall over. You got to be able to dig down. And if you want to dig down, you're going to have an access road. You're going to have enough dirt on either side of it. And if there's not enough room because there's a fucking river there, you're going to have to move it in. And what does that do? That gives territory to Mexico and moves the border into the United States a little bit. Maybe it's just a few feet, but it is legally ceding territory to Mexico. So fuck you. The other thing too is now you got an access road on either side of the wall. Here's the wall. Here's Mexico side. Here's the American side. Here's the wall. And then the wall goes all the way down until it stops at private land. And that's it. And there's an access road right up to the edge of it. And what happens now? Somebody who used to have to crawl over fucking like hillsides and carry shit up, and they could barely carry a backpack of stuff because the ground was slippery and dirty and it was very sandy and all that kind of shit, can now roll a suitcase to the end of the wall and walk around it. Think about that for a second. Think about how fucking dumb that is. Good. Have fun. And COVID was the reason why he had a better border for a while. Same thing with clean air and clean water. I had the cleanest air and the cleanest water. Yeah, because all the planes in the entire fucking world were grounded for months.
Project. Now they have to, in the meantime, they put in for funding to do a wall. Look, I had the best economy ever. We cut more regulations than ever cut. I had no.
Yeah, he cut more regulations than ever cut. By the way, congratulations, East Palestine, Ohio. How do you think that train ended up in your town? Regulations. Who needs them? Safety. Pfft.
Wars. Think of it. No wars except.
He had plenty of wars.
I finished off a war that they couldn't finish. They wouldn't have finished it off in 10 years. I did it in.
Yeah, it's that whole not trying to kill civilians thing. It really does slow down your war machine. But if you don't give a fuck, man, wars get really fast if you don't give a shit about civilians. You notice that? That's why he told Netanyahu to do what you gotta do.
Few weeks. ISIS. I knocked out ISIS. I rebuilt our military.
ISIS are the people that killed people at Soleimani's funeral in Iran, and also it was an ISIS bomber that killed our soldiers in Afghanistan. ISIS has Bagram surrounded. It's full of Chinese right now, but they're surrounded on all sides by ISIS. He didn't get rid of ISIS. He got rid of the caliphate, the connected chunks of the caliphate in Iraq and Syria and the surrounding area. And part of the way he did it was to give up the Kurds.
Military. I gave you the largest tax cuts in the history of our country.
No, he didn't.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country.
No, he didn't. And by the way, you notice he keeps saying that over and over. Why? I'll tell you why. Because most of the people who have 401ks, or most people who have investments, are doing better now than they were at any point during the Trump administration, even before COVID.
We're lapping.
That's why he's saying it in a panic now. He wouldn't have to tell you if it was true. Right? He wouldn't.
Think of it. We were lapping China. I took out hundreds.
Also, we were lapping China. You were lapping Xi's ass with your tongue.
Hundreds of billions of dollars from China in the form of taxes and tariffs. Nobody.
No, you weren't. China doesn't pay tariffs. The person buying the goods pays the tariff. Let me say that again. The person buying the goods pays the tariff. If I buy something from China and they sell it to me and there's a tariff on it, I pay the tariff. They don't pay the tariff. Even still, like import taxes and duties in some cases that are paid by the exporter from the country, these are a very minor part of it. And most of them are still in place because they were in place before he even got in office.
They thought it was even possible. And China respected us, and everybody respected us.
No, they did not. Dude, they left you sticky, broke, and confused and damp, and they crawled out a fucking window when they were done with you. He sounds like a dejected lover the next morning. You said you respected me.
Orban said he was the most respected leader.
Orban has the most draconian gun laws in his country of the entire EU. You think the liberal EU is so far left. Orban has worse gun laws than they do. So maggots, if you like this guy and you support him and you're like, he's a strong leader and strong leaders do that. Okay. Orban, like the only country I can think of that has stronger rules about gun ownership than Hungary is fucking Russia.
And now we have these clowns that look so bad. They make us look so bad.
We don't look bad. We really don't. You know what looks bad? Just for the record, you know what looks bad? Let me tell you. You know what looks bad? It looks bad when you think you're going to take a country in 6 days, and 3 years later, you've lost 700,000 soldiers attacking a country 1/8 your size. That looks bad. You know what? You know what looks bad? When your stated enemy in the world, namely the United States, has at current rate 2.8% inflation coming down from a spike like the rest of the world experienced, the entire world experienced because of COVID, and yours is still at 21%. Russia's interest rate is 21%. U.S. interest rate is, what, 4.75. And it's going to drop another half point in December. It's going to keep coming down. What Donald Trump is telling you is that he would prefer that when we go to war, we be more like Russia. A mission that should have taken 6 days should cost us 700,000 soldiers. A death toll so high, we have to have cremation trucks. That's what Donald Trump's idea of strength and someone being at the top of their game is. You hear me? And economically, he believes that if forced isolation from the rest of the world and a 21% interest rate is an example of the people who are firing on all cylinders. These are sharp people. They're streetwise. It's embarrassing. It's just stupid. This asshole thinks North Korea is a functioning country.
Nobody can believe what's happened to our country.
If they...
Yeah, you're right. Everybody's like, how the fuck are they doing so well?
If they're closing...
I thought Sleepy Joe was supposed to be this doddering motherfucker, and yet NATO's stronger than ever. They got 2 new members /3. We're going, Ukraine is all in on support and love of the United States. We've got the strongest economy of the G20 and the G7. China has lost all of its economic momentum, and mostly because of Biden's Chips and Science Act.
Argument, and their surrogates are doubled down and tripled down and quadrupled down on Nazi, fascist.
And here you come with this asshole who opens up for you and says this stupid shit. Why can you not stop stepping on your own belly?
Think of the environment we're in. In Butler, Pennsylvania,
a registered Republican.
You came within a millimeter
of being killed by a registered Republican.
Of being murdered.
By a registered Republican.
Assassinated.
No.
We had Trump International. You had a would-be assassin
who had voted for you.
In the bushes with an AK-47 with a scope on it.
Yeah, couldn't even use an American fucking rifle. What the fuck?
This is the environment we're in.
Yes. One guy voted for you already, and the other one was ready to, but didn't think you were going far enough.
I am told, you can confirm if you want or not, Iranian hit squads are in this country that want to assassinate you.
And you're still ordering from buffets. And
you have an entire establishment in the Democratic Party. Kamala's not telling them no. She herself is using some of these words. Tim Walz is using these.
Hold on. Wait. First of all, Iran gets its name from the word Aryan. Hitler himself was more in line with the original Iranians, not the Islamists that took over the place. The origins of the Aryan people. Iran Chamber Society. I am Darius, the great king, the king of kings, the king of many countries and many people, the king of this expansive land, the son of Wishtaspa of Archaemenid, Persian, the son of Persia, Aryan from the Aryan race. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The word Iran is based on the same linguistic root as Aryan. The original Iranians were part of Hitler's idea of a high order people, light skinned, light eyes, like North Africans and Egyptians. There were all these kind of ties in that they were looking for the best of the light skinned people. Persians themselves, they viewed them as very powerful people. Aryan is made up. No, it's not made up. It's the point is that, I mean, they're all made up. If you want to go that, like, they're all descriptives, not definitions. That doesn't matter. But the point is, that's where they come from. To the tune of what? I don't know. I'm just singing to be a dickhead. But the point is, Iran and Aryan very much aligned with Hitler. So Hitler had a, hold on. This is an article from Cambridge University. Iran and the Nazi New Order, 1933 to 1941. Despite a succession of scholarly studies over the years, the relationship between Reza Shah's Iran and National Socialist Germany has not been fully explored. Rather than focusing on the supposed Aryan ideological sympathies that bound the two countries together, this article argues that the real driver of the German-Iranian relationship in the 1930s was economic, based on the mutual interaction of state economic initiatives. It states that Iran's place in Nazism's economic system was the outcome of two factors: the new plan of Reich economics minister Jalmar Schacht, and its focus on clearing agreements as a motor for Depression-era trade, and the connections of Schacht's system to Reza Shah's strategy to modernize Iran. A place where, before the Islamists took over, Iran was a place where Europeans went to ski. There was, again, fucking people don't know anything. God damn it. This is so silly. So the idea that the Iranians want to kill them because they hear Hitler rhetoric is just dumb. That would give them pause. If they're like, wait. Sorry, he's like Hitler? Oh, well, hang out.
Nazi analogies. And in light of the environment.
Also, again, do you think that Ayatollah Khomeini needs a reason to kill Trump at all? Much less the fact that, like, oh, dear God, not another Nazi. Like, the people who are currently trying to wipe Israel off the face of the earth are going to go, wait a minute, that guy's a Nazi? Get him! What the fuck? Who? What?
What has happened, and assassination squads being here. I mean, what is your reaction to the fact that they won't stand up morally and say...
My question is, Sean, if you know this, what are you doing in the same room with the guy? I mean, clearly the sitting president wants him dead, and he's got full immunity because of the asshole you're sitting across from, and Harris isn't doing anything, and the Secret Service can't do their job. They just, every time they walk in the room, the fucking yakety sax starts playing, So why would you sit in a room with a guy when there's Iranian death squads? Holy shit. It's like what was it? The Suicide Squad in Life of Brian. Yeah, here it is. These guys show up on the. It's the Judean People's Front Suicide Squad. My favorite part, I think, is where they yell attack.
Squad! Suicide Squad! Attack!
Careful, those guys might be on the lawn at Mar-a-Lago right now.
Stop with
the Judean People's Front. Splitters!
The Nazi fascist garbage, and let's argue on the issues of the day, and whoever...
Yeah, psst, hey, asshole. Psst, psst, psst. Hey, don't bring up the word garbage.
Wins.
They only go after consequential presidents.
Oh, by the way, no. Every president who's in a re-election gets gone after. I don't know what the fuck that is. You mean they only try to assassinate consequential presidents? Well, it's nice of you to say that Gerald Ford was a consequential president because he was shot for real and I think finished his fucking speech.
I'm very consequential.
Yeah. Kind of like a syphilis diagnosis. pretty consequential.
I make China pay. I had Iran ready to make a deal. They would have done anything. Now they have $350 billion.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, he says this a lot too. If they were ready to make a deal a week after the election, they would have made a deal if it had gone another way. You were still president for 2 fucking months. You couldn't make a fucking deal? I thought you were the king of deals. They were that ready to make a deal. Within a week, they would have made a fucking deal. But because, Biden's coming in, they're like, oh, we don't have to wait. We'll just fuck him.
They were broke with me. And I would have been very good to Iran. They had to have one thing, no nuclear weapons. You can't have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, that was the deal we had already, asshat.
Nuclear weapons are the greatest danger to our country going forward, to the world going forward. It's not global warming. I'm an environmentalist. I do great things. We had the cleanest air. We had the cleanest water.
Because all transportation ground to a halt in 2020. Mm-hmm. One moment. Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm waiting for the... All right, there you go. This is going to shock fucking everybody. We had the cleanest air during my presidency. We had the cleanest water. We had the motherfucker. All right. When air and road travel decreased during COVID, so did pollution levels. Ultrafine particle concentration by 48% during the state of emergency period, which corresponded with both aircraft and road traffic reductions of 74% and 51% respectively. During the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic, global road travel and commercial flight actively decreased by 50% and 60% respectively, compared to pre-pandemic levels. During the lockdowns that cities imposed in their initial months of COVID, flight activity in particular was reduced to near standstill, decreasing by 96%, nearly triple the percentage of flight reductions that followed the 9/11 attacks. This unexpected and widespread halt in travel provided a rare opportunity for researchers to explore the impact of these mobility changes on air pollution, specifically ultrafine particles. Now, a new study by the School of Public Health has found that ultrafine particle concentration dropped by nearly 50% due to reduced aviation and road activity during the first few months of the pandemic. We had the best. We had the best. We had the best. Water and air was the best. It was the best. When no one was doing anything, and it was so quiet, everybody was in their house. No horns were honking. Yeah, and the best thing about it is if somebody had a fever blister, you didn't have to see it. We had fewer fever blisters and pimples on the lower half of people's faces during COVID, as far as we knew. What an asshole. We had such good air when I fucked up the pandemic and nobody could go anywhere.
But if the ocean rises 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years, we'll handle that. What we don't...
We'll handle that. By the way, if that happens... By the way, it's not 1/8 of an inch over 500 years. It's much more acute. Florida will be underwater. But Florida will not be underwater in an Atlantis, let's go diving and see what's left of Miami and swim through the old high-rises. It will be under this much water everywhere. It's not going to be one of these things where like people are like taking a look at the fucking Titanic, the Titanic sunk, and like, let's go diving and look at it. No, this is Florida in Donald Trump's future. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. God damn, fucking... I love Disneyland, but Disney World, but shit, it's fucking mosquitoes. Jesus, is that a fucking croc? Is that an alligator? Jesus. Yeah.
Want is global warming of the nuclear variety, and that
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Because conventional warfare, when it cooks off, doesn't kill you.
could happen tomorrow.
That could happen tomorrow. All right, so I think this is the piece of it. These are the parts where they have to cut this up into chunks because they keep the maggots like, there's going to be more. Pearls of wisdom, right? And ads and something, and then maybe they come back and get my pillow. They stain less than others. Get your Jesus goo on my pillows. All right, here we're back.
And now more of my exclusive interview with Donald J. Trump from earlier today. You've created a broad coalition.
By the way, can we just understand that why they had to cut away? I'll show you. You get a better grip.
And now more of my exclusive interview with Donald J. Trump from earlier today. You've created a broad coalition. I believe the Republican Party is now the party of hardworking men and women, and the Democratic Party is the party of Hollywood, New York, and D.C. coastal elites, as I call them.
If that.
If that, right. This is Trump, by the way. Trump would rather have the coastal elites. That's the problem. They don't have the coastal elites. I have the coastal elites. I have the working people and the coastal. Everybody loves me. There's no division here. And he would rather have those people. Dude, why do you think he tries to take every public golf course that he takes over? Why he wants to take it public? Why he wants to take it private? Every single one of them. He files paperwork to try and do it. Like he buys it with the idea, like, okay, in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, we're gonna take this, private. Let's make it exclusive. He's been trying with that one in fucking LA forever. Can't do it.
So you have built a very broad, diverse coalition.
Yeah, all shades of orange are welcome.
Including Hispanic Americans, African Americans, and by the way,
you might want to hang on to that thought.
Wait, I'll put the numbers up on the screen, and we can then show people where they were in those first 3 years of your presidency.
Oh, yeah.
The best growth rate in 60 years, and the people that did best were minorities in America.
That's right. They did the best.
But no, they didn't. They did their best, but they never narrowed. Hold on, let me show you. Here's what real progress looks like. Let me show you this real quick. Where's the? God damn, these pieces of paper. I have an ad blocker on this thing, and it just takes up so much fucking space. There it is. Gap in home values for Latino and white-owned houses narrows. See the importance of this part? Gap. Stuff goes up, stuff goes down. You can benefit from the economy before you. You can, if everything's trending in one direction, rising tide is lifting all boats, but not everybody's at the same water level. Do you understand? It's the gap that is like how you deal with the gap, and like black people and Latinos in their home values and the like being separate speaks to a greater issue in society. If you can narrow that gap so that home values are pretty much in line, there should be in America, I think, no real separation between races within any, outside the margin of error, right? To where you can't say whether or not that's a factor at all, right? But the point is to narrow that. Same thing with unemployment. Unemployment between like black unemployment, Latino unemployment under Biden has narrowed to the mean. That's what you want. That's what policy is. That's what you try to actually make happen. You can't just go, well, the market's going up and the market's going down and I'm just riding that. And I happen to show up at a time when it's on the rise so I can take advantage of that thing. No, your policies either will narrow that thing or drive them further apart. Trump never narrowed them and in some cases drove them further apart. The average value of houses owned by U.S. Latinos is the closest it has ever been to that of homes owned by white non-Hispanics per a new report. Closest it has ever been. Thanks, Joe Biden. Do you see how that matters? You see what I'm talking about?
You have built this coalition. Anyway, so you have this big event at Madison Square Garden. It went on for hours. I don't even know if you were there for the whole thing. I don't know what time you got there.
Yeah, give him an out. It's his event. Hold on. I got news for you. Hold on. This is going to fucking annoy me. On November 12th, 2007, Dane Cook became the second comic ever to sell out Madison Square Garden's large arena space. There's a secondary Madison Square Garden place that a lot of people play when as comedians and stuff, that they play the Garden, but the bigger space. After Andrew Dice Clay did it in 1990. Both Dane Cook and Andrew Dice Clay have sold out. They sold tickets to their show. It was not free like Trump's event. They sold tickets. And Dane Cook and Andrew Dice Clay sold the place out. And Dane Cook sold out 2 shows in one night. Now, think what you will about Dane Cook. That's not the point I'm trying to make. We're not even talking about fucking the Rolling Stones. We're not talking about the ticket price they put out. As a matter of fact, what was the ticket price? I don't want them now, dum-dum. It's all new stuff. God damn it. Anyways, generalized, we're talking about $50. Let's just start there. And then better and better as you get closer. Point being is that Trump's event was free. These guys both sold it out. As individuals, no guitar, specifically. Okay? So the idea that it was like a love fest and he doesn't know. Now, here's the other thing. Do you think Dane Cook and Andrew Dice Clay, both of who sold out the place, filmed specials there, knew who was opening for them? Do you think they had a pretty good fucking idea of who the opener was and what their act would be? And that's Dane fucking Cook and Andrew Dice Clay. Do you see where I'm going with this? That these guys paid more attention to who was in their fucking show than this guy did, and he's running for fucking president.
I was told and made aware that you had no idea about this comedian.
No. You don't get to lead him down this road. Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness. States facts not in evidence. Conjecture sustained. Thank you very much. Or as our dear friend Jet would say.
Come on now, that ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
Listen. He's setting Trump up. This is how you talk to Trump when you're trying to fix what he's doing. This is Sean's job. This whole fucking interview, why they're doing this is let him say his regular shit, but corral him in so he disavows this language. The same thing you did with when you fucked up the whole dictator shit. Do the same thing with Tony Hinchcliffe's bit. Fix it, Sean. Fix it. So the first thing you do is, I heard people say that you didn't know, which means tell people you didn't know.
Made comments.
I have no idea who he is.
All right. Then fuck you. You shouldn't be president. Jesus Christ. It was your event and you still don't know who he is? After this happened, huge issue, blowing up on social media, completely fucked up. And your excuse is you still don't know who he is. Fuck you.
Somebody said there was a comedian that joked about Puerto Rico or something.
Is that what, or something? Really? Really? I'm sorry, mister. I have the best words. I have the best memory. He joked about Puerto Rico or something. Fuck off. You don't get to. All right. This isn't somebody tacitly related to the campaign in another state who said something, that was off, this off script or some shit and was not hired directly by the campaign or a volunteer or something. This motherfucker was picked specifically by your son, either Barron or Don Jr. or both, because they think he's fucking hilarious and they cleared his material. So what you now, and if you don't know what he said, because you haven't had a chance to watch what he said, or you don't, here's the worst part. It's not that you didn't watch it. It's that you don't care. It's a big fucking deal. I don't care what he said. He was joking. You can say any joke you want opening my rally. If he offended a bunch of Puerto Ricans, who gives a shit? That's what he means. That's the best possible version of what he just said. I don't know. I didn't bother to fucking figure it out.
And I have no idea who he was. Never saw him. Never heard of him.
You have now, motherfucker.
And don't want to hear of him. But
tough. He played your event at Madison Square Garden, you dumb motherfucker.
I have no idea. They put a comedian in, which everybody did.
Who's they? As a reporter, if Sean Hannity was one, and he's not, obviously, or they wouldn't allow him to speak to Trump at all. Who's they, motherfucker? Who puts your event together? I think the better question is how gacked up on coke was Don Jr. when he thought, when he texted, that'd be fucking hilarious. Totally. Get Tony.
As you throw comedians in, you don't vet them and go crazy. It's not.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, a week to election. Yeah, you do. If you're going to have it, by the way, to the Harris campaign, to almost any campaign, don't have me do stand up at your event. Have me speak. If you want me to speak, I'll speak. I can give a fuck. I'll kill her speech and I'll put away my big boy words. But if you ask me to do stand up, that's a different animal, different venue, and I won't do it because the kind of stand up I do belongs in a comedy club or a theater specifically to that show. Do not have me open for you. And it's not because I'm going to say something offensive. It's just I'm going to use free-flowing language, and you don't need that shit. That's it. But I give a rousing speech. This is the problem. People only have, one talent. I don't know how they live. It's so sad to me.
Nobody's fault, but
it's somebody's fault. You know whose fault it is? It's your fault. It's your rally. It's your campaign for President of the United States, you absolute tit. And in many ways, this is, to Puerto Ricans, I apologize. You have to deal with this horse shit. It's just awful. I don't know why this has to be on your backs. You didn't do anything to deserve any of this attention. This is just shit. But pay attention to how this fucker's like, I don't know, it just happens. You put a comic up and you don't look at what they're going to say. And if they say something, fuck it, doesn't matter.
Somebody said some bad things. Now, what they've done is taken somebody that has nothing to do with the party, has nothing to do with us, said something, and they try and make a big deal. But I don't.
Nothing? I'm sorry. How many was it an open mic at the fucking rally up to a point? Did you just let anybody fucking talk? It sounded like it. Nothing to do with, then what? If they had nothing to do with the campaign, nothing to do with the party, nothing to do with why were they on stage at your fucking event?
I don't know who it is. I don't even know who put them in.
Again, why the fuck not? Right? How is this what the fuck? How is this an excuse?
I can't imagine it's a big deal. I've done more.
It's a big, fuck you. It's a big deal. It is a big deal. And by the way, if you don't know who he is and you don't know what he said and you didn't hear it and you don't know who booked him and you can't imagine it's a big deal, it's because you don't give a fuck. Because you don't give a fuck.
For Puerto Rico than any president I think that's ever been president.
Gibberish. What?
When the hurricanes came, I rebuilt. I helped them rebuild their electrical system. I helped them rebuild.
Well, excuse me. No, you didn't. The U.S. taxpayer did. And Republicans were the only ones slowing that support. Hold on. The Trump administration also obstructed an investigation looking into why it was depriving the U.S. territory of congressionally approved funds. Congressionally approved funds. Congressionally approved funds. They got congressionally approved funds. The Congress controls the purse strings of the government, and the administration doles it out, or doesn't in this case. Motherfucker. The administration of former President Donald Trump obstructed an investigation looking into why officials withheld about $20 billion in hurricane relief for Puerto Rico following the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, one of the deadliest U.S. natural disasters in over 100 years, a new report says. The Department of Housing and Urban Development Office of Inspector General report made public Thursday also found that tensions between the department and the Office of Management and Budget resulted in unprecedented procedural hurdles that produced delays in the disbursement of the congressionally approved funds. It all started after 2018 when OMB began requiring HUD to send grant notices for disaster funds through an interagency review process for approval, making it hard for HUD to publish the notices needed to unlock funding in a timely manner. Investigators found that OMB had never before required such a review process for the notice allocating recovery funds. Former HUD Deputy Secretary Brian Montgomery told investigators about a phone call he had with then OMB Director Russell Voigt, in which Montgomery told Vought that, I think it's Vought, right? The actions from this office were equivalent to holding disaster relief funds hostage, according to the report. Investigators said they were unable to obtain testimonies from officials who ordered the interagency review process. Former HUD Secretary Ben Carson and other former HUD officials also declined to be interviewed by investigators. Access to HUD information was delayed or denied multiple times throughout the course of the investigation, the report said, and several former senior administration officials at the OMB refused to provide requested information about their decision-making process regarding the Puerto Rico relief funds. However, investigators were able to interview 20 current and former HUD officials and 2 Puerto Rican housing officials. The Inspector General said its oversight authorities do not allow for review or official opinion actions taken by Trump administration officials. Trump administration's OMB also insisted on overhauls to Puerto Rico's property management records, suspension of its minimum wage on federal contracts, and other prerequisites to access relief funds. Let's look at that again. The Trump administration's Office of Management and Budget, OMB, insisted on overhauls to Puerto Rico's property management records, suspension of its minimum wage on federal contracts, and other prerequisites to access relief funds, according to the report. Some HUD officials worried such requirements were potentially beyond HUD's authority to impose on grantees. Surprise, surprise, it fucking was. The Office of Inspector General began to review the process in 2019 after Congress asked it to look into hurricane aid delays as the island sought to recover from the storm that resulted in the deaths of 2,975 people and triggered the world's second longest blackout. 7 months after the probe was launched, 2 top HUD officials admitted to knowingly missing the congressionally mandated deadline to issue a notice that would have unlocked billions in federal recovery funds to Puerto Rico. Knowingly missing the congressionally mandated deadline. Carson later defended his agency's actions by echoing Trump's talking points, citing concerns about corruption, fiscal irregularities, and Puerto Rico's capacity to manage these funds. Throughout his term, Trump repeatedly opposed disaster funding for Puerto Rico while disputing and failing to acknowledge Maria's death toll. Trump also told the White House officials that he did not want a single dollar going to Puerto Rico. The Washington Post reported in 2019, instead, he wanted more of the money to go to Texas and Florida. Fuck this dude. Trump administration doubles down on opposition to Puerto Rico funding, drawing criticism. President Trump does not value the lives of millions of American citizens who reside there, Nadia Velasquez said. The White House doubled down on Wednesday on President Donald Trump's comments opposing disaster funding for Puerto Rico, drawing outrage from Democratic members of Congress. On Tuesday, Trump told Republican legislators at a closed-door Capitol Hill meeting that Puerto Rico had gotten too much money to rebuild after Hurricane Maria. The amount is way out of proportion from what Texas and Florida and others have gotten, Trump said, according to Senator Marco Rubio, who was in the room and now carries Trump's testicles in his gullet. And Wednesday, the White House Deputy Press Secretary Judd Deere told NBC News that while Puerto Rico is on track to receive tens of billions of dollars in unprecedented aid, the Trump administration will not put taxpayers on the hook to correct a decades-long spending crisis that left the island with deep-rooted economic problems. It was not the case. They stopped the actual disaster relief funds. President's remarks, reported the media, have at long last laid bare the central reason for his administration's callous response to Maria's devastation in Puerto Rico, namely that he does not value the lives of millions of American citizens who reside there. Why are we fucking surprised that this prick had Tony Hinchcliffe open for him with a joke that the rest of his family thought that was funny? There he is, tossing the fucking paper towels, trying to shift shutdown blame. White House slams Dems' Puerto Rico trip. I think we're supposed to believe the Democrats blew off negotiations to have fun in the sun in January. That's not even close to being true. The Wall Street Journal reported yesterday on the divisions among the White House staffers on the best strategy for the ongoing government shutdown, and included an odd quote from one of Donald Trump's aides. Everyone wants to know what the president is doing, an unnamed senior White House official said. Let me tell you what he's not doing. He's not going to Puerto Rico. Everyone wants to know what the president is doing. Let me tell you what he's not doing. He's not going to Puerto Rico. I would like to remind everyone that John Oliver has an enormous staff. And I have an organically large staff. But I do this alone. All right. And by the way, all those like facts that prove he's a fucking racist piece of shit in general aside, saying I don't know the guy is not disavowing what he says, and it's no fucking excuse.
Dams and everything else. That place was hit by so many hurricanes. It's almost like Hurricane Alley. I've never seen anything like it.
What the fuck are you talking about? Hurricane, where the fuck do you think Florida is? Hurricane Alley?
And Puerto Ricans love me because I was the president that...
Hold on. You're the president that stepped on the hose that was giving them relief that the Congress allocated.
Any president, I've had great relationships with Hispanics, but I've had really great relationship with Puerto Rico and people from Puerto Rico. They love, every time I go outside, I see somebody from Puerto Rico. They give me a hug and a kiss.
Jesus Christ. No, you don't. And if you ever did, that shit, that day is past. That's gone. Say goodbye to the day when, and by the way, do you mean you have staff that works at Doral that's from Puerto Rico and you make them? Are you sure you're not talking about the time you like grab Puerto Rican women by the pussy?
I gave them more money. I sent a hospital ship when they had one of the big hurricanes. They had no hospitals. The hospitals were wiped out. I sent the big Mercy ship.
What? Hold on. Yeah, no. Did you? You did? You did. They were wiped out. They weren't in any hospitals, and you sent a hospital ship? By the way, we've sent ships like this to Puerto Rico before, and other areas before. I believe there was one even off the coast during Katrina after during that time of cleanup. And certainly during COVID, which he had to be talked into doing as well. From September 26th, the day after my birthday in 2017, as the devastation of Hurricane Maria became more apparent Sunday, former Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton implored President Trump and Defense Secretary Jim Mattis to help the people of Puerto Rico. Send the Navy, she tweeted, especially the hospital ship, the USNS Comfort. 2 days later, Federal Emergency Management Agency Director Brock Long announced that the Navy will soon do exactly that. They didn't start sending it 2 days later. 2 days later, they said they would. The decision, disclosed in front of the White House on Tuesday afternoon, was later confirmed by the Navy. It comes after days of critics saying the U.S. government isn't doing enough to support hurricane relief in Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory of nearly 3.5 million people that faces months without electricity and a long rebuilding process. Former Commander Mike Kafka, a service spokesman, said the ship will leave within 4 days, in the next 4 days, and will take up to 5 additional days to reach Puerto Rico. He called the move a prudent decision in light of current conditions on the ground. Let's see. Since then, okay. And by the way, Washington Post puts this thing in, I guess. Clinton's tweet lacked important context. The Navy had already sent 2 amphibious ships off the coast, the USS Kearsarge and the Oak Hill, so the few thousand Marines and sailors aboard could launch relief operations, but her call to action took off with a petition on the website change.org, garnering more than 100,000 signatures in 3 days, and critics expressing frustration with the hashtag Send the Comfort. And by the way, this is not an important context. The important context is they sent those ships, which they kind of have to do, even to secure the ports that the Navy has there, but they needed a hospital ship. And they didn't think to do it, or Trump insisted they don't until there was a backlash. Since then, the call for the Comfort has come to symbolize something larger, a call for the Pentagon to send more food, more water, more generators, more aircraft, more everything. Trump described the U.S. government response in the devastation in glowing terms Tuesday, saying officials were doing a really good job, fantastic job. He plans to visit next week once it is no longer a disruption to first responders. It's very tough because it's an island. In Texas, we could ship the trucks right out there, and we've got A+ in Texas and on Florida. We will also on Puerto Rico, but the difference is this is an island sitting in the middle of an ocean, but it's a big ocean. It's a very big ocean. We don't even know where it is. No one has a map. The Navy's really not, comfortable with this whole boat thing. This is just fucking gross. So the idea that Puerto Ricans, if any Puerto Rican, even before this, came up and gave him a hug and a kiss, I would like to interview that person.
I sent it to Puerto Rico fully equipped. It took care of things. I mean, they love me in Puerto Rico, and I love them. I was there handing out.
I am their sovereign. I love them. Pull.
Food. I got in trouble
This dude is a fucking Mel Brooks
for
character.
that too, because we were having fun. We had a lot of people, and I was throwing paper towels to the back. They were all having fun. Everybody, and the fake came. Oh, that was very.
2,935 people dead. Longest power outages in the nation's history. It was a party. I was throwing paper towels. We were just fucking around. It was fucking around, man.
Disrespectful to be throwing towels. No, I have unbelievable good relationship with Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people. Who this comedian was, I have no idea.
You wish he wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a big deal or not, but
Find the fuck out. It's your goddamn rally. I don't know why. Fuck.
I don't want anybody making nasty jokes or stupid jokes.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been there, yeah.
How do you know it was a nasty joke or a stupid joke? You don't even know what the joke was. Maybe you would have thought it was funny. I guarantee Don Jr. did. I guarantee Barron thought it was hilarious. I guarantee Elon Musk laughed.
Let me ask this. It seems to, as we come down, just an American citizen, I've never been more concerned about the country.
Right. As an American citizen who has over $100 million net worth, I've never been more concerned about my tax burden than I am right now.
The state of the world, especially we got war in Europe.
Really? Really, motherfucker?
We got war in the Middle East. We have.
By the way, needle drop that at any time.
Have a presidential candidate that talks about mandatory gun buybacks and no fracking and no drilling.
Well, it talks actually about confiscation of your guns.
That's correct.
No.
Not a buyback.
That's what it is.
They're going to confiscate your guns.
Okay.
Well, if you have machine guns, yeah, that's still the law.
If she wins, they will confiscate your guns.
No, they won't. That's what you said about Obama. That's what you said about fucking Biden.
And the new Green Deal, $93 trillion.
The new Green Deal? You mean the Green New Deal?
Eliminate the filibuster, eliminate private health insurance, sex change operations, and amnesty for illegals, all of this.
Well, yeah, but you can't expect the private healthcare industry to pay for sex change operations. Obviously, that's something you want done by a state employee. Former DMV, I think. Give them a scalpel and let them do it.
It didn't get covered by the press. However.
Also, I don't know why this is choppy. This is from RAV's feed, I think.
At the end of the day, if you win, this is going to be about the borders, energy, the economy,
it's going to be about
law and order,
healthcare,
safety, security.
It's going to be about healthcare, taking care of people. It's going to be.
Jesus Christ! It might as well be like in a cage with an old lion, and you're like, you know, you can't drop your guard with the old ones because they can still bite like a motherfucker, you know. So you're gonna get one foot up, second foot, sit back, eat the treat, roar. Like, that's what this is.
About things other than what you would typically think coming from me. We're going to take care of our borders. And
what, grabbing women by the pussy and lying about sexual assault and affairs and paying off porn stars and playmates and shit like that?
Immediately, day one. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have more liquid gold than anybody else, including Saudi Arabia.
Bigger than last time.
Yeah, but sunlight happens everywhere. If you could capture that, you wouldn't have to do any drilling at all. So,
because you made us energy independent for the first time.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. The Obama natural gas transition did that.
We're energy independent. We would have been energy dominant. I'll tell you, Anwar in Alaska, I got it approved. Reagan couldn't do it. This is the biggest find.
You didn't get it approved because it didn't happen. If you got it approved, it would have happened in the beginning of your presidency, and they would have already started doing it. They didn't. Literally, one of the reasons why Biden got elected was because you were going to drill in Anwar. That was the public's reaction.
Anywhere in the world, it's the size of Saudi Arabia. Some people say it might even be bigger. Think of it, Saudi.
Yeah. And some people say if we could just throw a bit in the mouth of every fairy on the planet, they could shake the apples out of the trees, and everyone could just open their mouths and manna from heaven would pour in.
In our country, Alaska, they were already, I got it approved. I got everything done. Biden came in. comes in, the first thing he does is end it. We would have been supplying oil and gas to China, to all of Asia, it's Alaska, to Japan. It would have been unbelievable. We would have been paying down debt. He comes in and he rejects.
Yeah, look how well nationalizing the oil and selling it worked for Venezuela.
It because the environmentalists
Does this motherfucker ever read anything about the resource curse?
reject it. It has nothing to do with the environment. It's good for the environment.
When you say energy dominant,
Yeah, agreed. I think we can all agree that more oil and gas and coal is good for the environment.
would you be able to ratchet up production?
Yeah, totally. He'd totally get a ratchet and get at that thing.
Natural gas, oil, coal.
Very quickly.
Where we could.
How? How, motherfucker? How? Because there's only two ways I can think of. You either subsidize it because it's going to lower the price, so you got to pay them to make more gas and oil available, and that lowers the value of what they're making. So the only legitimate reason they can do that is the government subsidizes it, so the taxpayer doesn't pay at the pump; they pay it, from their taxes, or you buy them out. You put a gun to their head. You force them to do it by regulation and by buying up the companies. Yeah, good Lord.
Provide all the energy needs to, say, Western Europe?
Yeah.
And that means Vladimir Putin would be cut off?
We would have taken over Western Europe. Oil.
Yeah, that was our goal. Yeah.
Prices will.
Hey, asshole, real quick. I know you're busy doing cleanup about being racist at your weird little Nazi gathering at Madison Square Garden. I would not follow up your Nazi Madison Square Garden racist fest with "we would have taken over Western Europe." It's a little on the nose.
Go down, and Vladimir Putin wouldn't be able to prosecute the war. Look, when they came in, they screwed up my energy program, and the prices went through the roof.
What was your energy program? The whole world grinding to a halt because of COVID? Oil and gas went through the roof because the world started up again after being completely shut down. That's why. Oil and gas was at a premium. There were so many people died. There weren't enough people to work at refineries. There was a slow process of it. That's why the cost of oil and gas went up. You couldn't even get it out of the ground if you wanted to.
And Putin went in. If I were president, that would have, number one, we wouldn't have had inflation. Oil wouldn't have gone up like it did. But
well, hold on. We don't have a recovery without inflation. We don't. Seriously, there is no recovery from COVID without inflation. If you have deflation after something like COVID, you're fucked.
got close to $100 a barrel.
Whoops. We got close to $100 a barrel is what he's saying.
He made a lot of money during the war. $50 a barrel. He wouldn't have even thought about doing it. Biden forced him.
Well, he was fighting in the Donbass the entire fucking time. The plan was always there. They had been building a war chest even if oil prices hadn't gone that way for a decade.
He said,
which includes, if I'm not mistaken, all 4 years of your presidency, where you looked the other way and limited the supply of arms to Zelensky in any way you fucking could. Even the delays themselves helped set this shit up.
He said, we're going to raise the price of oil. Oil went up to $100, almost $100 a barrel. Would have gone up even more. You know what they did? They went back to my policy and got it down.
All right, again. Well, then, if they can have your policy, but we don't have to have you being a piece of shit, then what are we worried about? Hey, congratulations. If you like Trump's oil and gas policy, you get that with Harris. But you don't have to worry about her grabbing your daughter by the pussy. How about that? Or denying them their rights. How about this? You can have women's rights and be oil and oil and gas, energy independent and dominant. So fucking stupid. Hold on. Let's see what that. Cash is down, drip is down. What's the where is this? Pricing and performance. where is this? Hold on. I'm looking up oil prices right there. Here you go. Let's just look at this. Technopedia's oil price forecast for 2024 to 2030. Will oil prices fall in 2025? Short answer, yes. Since reaching multi-year highs in 2022 following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in late February, oil prices have gradually retreated. Slow economic growth with looming recession due to central banks' aggressive interest rate hikes to tame decades-high inflation has capped oil prices in 2023. Crude oil prices dropped by more than 10%, essentially erasing their previous gains. As 2024 progressed, oil prices faced another year of volatility, uncertainty over whether the U.S. Fed would initiate its rate cutting. We get that. Oil prices, okay. Predictions. On this one, okay, OPEC plus output policy key factors, wars, Hamas, Israel, Brent crude forecast range for 2024 is $72, WTI 68. 2025, Brent 70 to 78, pretty broad, but they're expecting it to go down, and 65 to 75 for WTI. That would be the fluctuation point. 2026, 2030, Brent 65, WTI 60. The break-even price for Russia to produce oil is $55. They have to be able to sell it for $5 more than that to make any kind of profit, and even that is fucking hair's breadth. You can't expand with that. That's break-even. That's not new drilling. That's not new equipment. That's just what it costs to get it out of the fucking ground is $55 a barrel. It's going to be 60, 2026 to 2030. They're fucked. Oil prices in 2023. Okay, but calm after the storm. This is an older article, too. I have told you, and I will stand by this, there is going to be an oil glut next year, mainly because of China's lack of growth and collapsing economy.
A little bit, but only a little bit because it wasn't really my policy. Right now, we would have 3 to 4 times more than what we're doing. But if they didn't go back to my policy.
If we had 3 to 4 times more than what we were doing, one of two things would happen. OPEC and other countries would drop production to nearly nothing to maintain price for themselves, and they would get more money to sell less oil. We would be producing a shit ton of it, just pouring it into the market at a low price just to get it out there, because it's a new commodity for us in that regard. Out of Alaska, so we'd be selling it on the cheap for a long time while they just drove the price up by squeezing it over time to get it back to a manageable number. It would be a pricing war. OPEC would basically shut off the tap to try and drive up the price. That's it.
You would have been paying literally $20 a gallon for gasoline for your car. They want to get rid of all gas. I will end that immediately.
Yeah, no. As a matter of fact, when we use more renewables, when most cars run on electricity and cars are still out there, the cost of, the value of gas goes through the fucking floor.
By the way, you're going to be able to get a gas-powered car. You're going to be able to get a hybrid. You're going to be able to get an electric car. But they have the
choice to buy what you want.
They want to force another.
That's it. So that's the tail end of that piece. And look at that, right on time, ladies and gentlemen. Nailed. I got on early, stuck the landing at fucking 5 o'clock. Now, can I leave you with one little slice of something? Can I give you something, a little side note, since we dealt with all that shit and took a lot of time, because I felt like it was a very educational show. I think it's check the live Trump speech. Okay, will do. Give me 1 second. It usually is the first thing that pops up. Oh, is this in Wisconsin? I can never tell if it's
places where they live.
Oh my God!
Or cities or farms.
What the hell?
Protect our women at the border.
Oh my God!
We're going to protect our women.
Is he?
We're
Sorry.
going to protect our men.
Hold on. Is he parking cars? What the fuck? Oh my God! She said she worked as a valet. Tim Walsh, now I've worked as a valet longer. She said I worked as, what the fuck? Back up. Wait. What in the world? See? They thought this was a great idea. Look at me. I didn't like it. I look like a dipshit. This was Don's idea. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to say this is so no one thinks I'm a deer. I can't wait for the explanation. What was he? Did he have to help guide the plane in? Did he vomit on his jacket and they had to come up with a quick cover? I gotta say, this seems like was he late for his job as Ronald McDonald? Like, I'm going as Ronald McDonald for Halloween. This is part of my costume. It's not done. Don't judge me. And this, yeah, just standing there like a dipshit. Fuck, honestly, he should have two, like, flashlights. Make America great again, right over here. Baggage that way, make America great again this way. Come on. He should just be standing there with, like, a slow and a stop sign. Is he ready for his next job? Please. What the fuck? And again, I guess, last minute if you're trying desperately to draw attention, but the idea that he's just like mocking the working man like he's a fucking action figure, like a Fisher Price character, is just embarrassing. The part of Donald Trump will be played by one of his NFTs. Huh? What about this?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hold on. If you think the jacket's bad, you should see what I did to my pants. Also, I don't know why the button's not working on that, but we'll see.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I have to begin by saying 250 million Americans are not garbage.
What?
This week, Kamala
Huh? Yeah, this is live-ish.
has been comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. And now, speaking on a call for her campaign last night, Crooked Joe.
Sorry, does he think this is like a garbage truck vest? Is that what he's doing?
Biden finally said what he and Kamala really think of our supporters. He called them garbage. No way. No way.
You don't call these people garbage. Even though I didn't really listen to the joke, and it was in response directly to the Puerto Rico comment, and
they actually mean it, even though, without question, my supporters are far higher quality than Crooked Joe or Lion Kamala. Higher quality. Higher quality.
higher quality. We're not garbage, they're garbage, especially the Puerto Ricans. Fuck, I can't stop myself.
My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. That's true.
So you're stepping down, I guess? And with that, I'm suspending my campaign until such time as I no longer smell almonds. Do you guys don't smell that? Almonds, burnt toast, nobody? How do you miss that? It's everywhere. Plus tax.
You can't be president if you hate the American people, which I believe they do. And Kamala Harris is not fit to be president of the United States. In no way is she fit.
No way.
She doesn't have the intellect, the stamina, or that special quality that real leaders, people like Brett Favre, have. They don't have it. They don't have it.
Sorry, wait. Brett Favre? Hold on. Isn't he going to jail? Didn't he steal from welfare? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. What? What? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Welfare scam. Yeah, there you go. She's got that special, she doesn't have that special trait where, like Donald John Trump, your favorite president, he steals from charity. That's the great trait we look for in a heroic guy. Former Green Bay Packers quarterback, Hall of Famer, Bedford. He's been accused of using his special access to former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant and other officials to influence roughly $8 million in welfare payments for himself, pharmaceutical company Prevacus, and a volleyball court for the University of Southern Mississippi. $8 million stolen from welfare. She does not have those traits. I'm fine with that. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
They don't have what he's got.
$8 million of welfare funds in a safe somewhere with some gold bars.
Few people do, to be honest with you.
So people do.
Joe Biden's comments were the direct result of Kamala's decision to portray everyone who isn't voting for her, which is a lot of people, as evil and subhuman. And we know.
I gotta say, you gotta tell us what the fuck the jacket is about. Is the assumption that, like, you guys know what garbage people look like. It seems like I'm here to take out the garbage. If he doesn't get there soon, this is just fucking weird. Because it looks like he was... It looks like they put it on him because they're worried about Grandpa wandering into traffic. You're like, Grandpa, if we're going to go out to dinner and you want to stay home, you have to put on your vest, because if you wander out in the street again, I don't want you getting hit by a truck. So just promise me I'm going to zip up the vest and you can sit here and watch TV, but don't go outside. And if you do go outside, at least they'll be able to see you. Also, don't forget, I'm putting the key tag right in your pocket.
Oh, it's really what they believe, because look at how they've treated you. They treat you like garbage. They treat our whole country like garbage, with open borders, with all of the horrible things they've done to hurt our country, inflation that should have never happened, allowing Russia to go into Ukraine, October 7th, and Israel. All of these things would have never happened if you had a different president.
Yeah, it would have happened sooner.
For the past 9 years, Kamala and her...
It would have happened sooner, and the Russian attack on Ukraine would have been more effective. If it was in January 2021 and Trump had just been sworn in, he just let it fucking happen.
Party have called us
when he says Russia, Ukraine wouldn't have happened, what he means is Russia wouldn't have lost. It wouldn't be a war. It would have they would have wiped everybody out in 6 days.
Racists, bigots, fascists, deplorables, irredeemables, Nazis, and they called me Hitler.
No, they didn't. They likened you unto Hitler. They called you, I think Shitler is the most common version of it. I mean, Dreamsicle Mussolini, I don't know what. Oh, he did a garbage truck presser, sorry.
They've bullied you, they've demonized us, they've censored us, they've deplatformed us, and they...
And the worst thing is they're the biggest bunch of victim crybabies. Cry harder, libtard.
Weaponized the power of our own government against all of us. They've taken your money, they've thrown open your borders to criminals and terrorists, they've flooded your towns with deadly drugs and death. They're incompetent people. They've given your jobs to illegal migrants and...
This is pretty tied to the fucking teleprompter right now, I gotta say.
Sent our blood and treasure to fight in stupid foreign wars where the countries don't even know who we are and where we've never heard of the country.
Well, then why would they want us fighting with them? Hey, we're here to help you. Who are you again? We're America. Who's that? You know, I think we got off the wrong train stop. I gotta tell you. What? Sorry. The country, Ukraine doesn't know who we are? What country in the world doesn't know who we are? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, America who? Look, he read it backwards. He fucking read it backwards. Okay, somebody, hold on. I've got Snapchat. You know where the... Oh, hold on. Trump actually cosplay as a garbage man in an actual fucking garbage truck while taking questions from press about the speaker at his rally who said Puerto Rico was garbage. Yes, he did. Jesus Christ. And he's in the passenger side. He can't even drive the fucking truck. Jesus. And so he takes the... I mean, this is like... He's been hanging out with these fucking wrestlers and shit. This seems like that kind of stuff. This is just this is not something you do if you think you're winning. And again, I would not draw attention to the word garbage in this case. Like, this is so fucking dumb. It's almost like Biden baited him into doing it. Because what's going to come up again and again is that it was in response to him attacking to Tony Hinchcliffe attacking Puerto Rico.
This Tuesday is your chance to stand up and declare you are not going to take it anymore.
You're not going to take out the garbage anymore.
6 days from now, we can turn the page forever on this failed and corrupt administration. It's a corrupt administration, you do know that. We can declare,
I guess this one's shorter than most, too.
once and for all, that we are done with their hatred. We're done with their hysteria. We're done with their
wearing suits.
hoaxing, lying, cheating, scheming, plundering, and stealing. Oh, they steal.
Oh, they steal votes and steal. I'm not supposed to say it, but they steal. You know what I'm talking about.
They steal.
Do they? What is that something you're going to have to stop? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe put together a rally where you do something about the steal that you need to stop.
We're not going to let them divide and destroy America any longer.
It's us against the garbage.
What we have built is the biggest, broadest, most incredible coalition and the greatest political movement in the history of our country.
Yes, you can tell by the people behind me. There is no singular greater coalition of people than the group of humans behind me. And don't let the fact that the camera is very tight on me fool you. There's bazillions of people here.
It's made up of hardworking men and women who make this country run, who really built this country. Originally, we have brought together veterans and union members, soldiers and steel workers, farmers and auto workers and patriotic moms and dads.
Mop operators and gas station attendants, duct tape salesmen, shoe shine guys at the airport and in some cases near train stations, M&M sales folk who can answer any question you have about the variety of M&Ms available to you in Times Square's M&M store.
Ads of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Yes, we have a lot of white evangelicals and one of each of the others.
We're welcoming historic numbers of African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and Arab Americans.
Yes. Now you know why Tucker Carlson's so upset. Still not statistically significant enough to change the election, but congratulations on peeling off some Sunnis who hate Shias or some Shias who hate Sunnis.
And we're uniting Christians and Jews, Catholics and evangelicals, Muslims and Mormons, and everyone.
No. I mean, the rest of it's bullshit too. But I gotta call a major bullshit on you are uniting Mormons and Muslims. Just because they start with M doesn't make it easier No. But don't get me wrong. I would love to be a fly on the wall for that round table. Please, please film it. Mormons and Muslims. Scientologists and barkeeps.
Who simply wants to do one thing, make
Scientologists and prop comics.
America great again.
This is so fucking dopey.
Our
Thank you. Can you imagine if Joe Biden or Harris or anybody associated with her came out this close to Halloween, by the way, wearing like, I don't know, wearing a Mao jacket or something to get, right? Good Lord. No Haitians. Of course not. You're adorable.
campaign has been endorsed by the 400,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police and every single police group all around our country. It's been endorsed by the Border Patrol. We have the greatest people, that Border Patrol.
No, the Union and the Border Patrol are different. The Border Patrol is the actual federal organizations, actual workers to do it. They don't endorse. You could say, you got to say the Union. Say the Union, dummy, but you don't like the word union. You don't even want them to fucking unionize, so you don't like saying it.
Those agents.
He's literally, that's the funniest part about that shit. When he's like, we have the Border Patrol, they've come out very strong for me or whatever. Okay, that's the Union. And Republicans don't even think they should have the right to unionize. Fuck you.
Are incredible. They've given me the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. The greatest president ever, they said. And they said, she is the worst person we've ever worked for. She, in 4 years, never called us one time about the border. And it's destroying our country, the border. So I want to thank the Border Patrol. I want to thank ICE. I want to thank...
Why? Because apparently they're refusing to do their job until there's a Republican in office? Why are they abdicating the responsibility to protect the country and do their job? I don't personally think they are. I think this is a bunch of horseshit, but apparently you think so, and they seem to agree with you, so please explain.
Thank ICE. They're incredible people. We've been supported by the rank and file membership of the Teamsters, 62%. Think of that. By our beautiful and very brilliant Elon Musk. Do we love Elon?
No, he's a weirdo. Can I, point of order, if I may? This is, I'm sorry to do this in the middle of him wearing his little costume, and so, and before he's even been handed his pumpkin bucket to go pick up. I'm worried. My problem is, with as much orange makeup as he wears and as tired as he obviously is he sleeping? Well, that's okay. I guess Donald Trump's not going to get any chocolate. This is going to kind of upset him. The Border Patrol gave him the greatest endorsement, and yet, if I may, Customs and Border Patrol reports declining border crossings and record fentanyl bust in 2024, largest fentanyl bust in Border Patrol history. I think the idea is the stopping of it is a good thing. The acting head of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection confirmed a sharp decline in illegal migrant crossings between ports of entry along the southwestern border on a visit to Nogales, Arizona last week. Earlier this month in Nogales, Arizona, Troy Miller, acting CBP commissioner, announced that migrants arrests have dropped 55% since June after what he described as unprecedented numbers of individuals attempting to enter the U.S. In December 2023, the Border Patrol recorded a peak of 250,000 encounters across the U.S.-Mexico border, including 102,000 families and 12,000 unaccompanied minors. We saw historic migration numbers early in the year, followed by a significant decrease due to the increased enforcement work done by this team, Miller said. John Modlin, chief border patrol agent of the Tucson sector, which covers a large swath of Arizona-Mexico border, said agents apprehended more than 80,000 people in the sector that same month. They're catching them. Hundreds of people across the Tucson sector, This is an incredible number. Mullins added that daily apprehensions in the sector have since dropped to about 350 individuals a day, down from a peak of more than 2,300 in December. That I would say is a drop-off. The Biden administration implemented new rules restricting access to asylum when daily border crossings exceeded 2,500. These rules raise the standards for asylum claims, requiring officials to manifest a fear returning home or back to Mexico. Those who fail their asylum cases are deported by court order from the U.S., face a 5-year re-entry ban. This is back under, we're out of Title 42, now back to Title 8. Also, the problem is, if any of these folks sued and it went to the Supreme Court, the Biden administration knows they would probably lose. They're just hoping nobody brings the case. Or that, quite frankly, Trump's own Supreme Court keeps people from trying because of standing. By August, the number of encounters has dropped to around 58,000 across the Southwest, with 11,000 recorded, 922 recorded in the Tucson sector. CBP has not released figures for September 2024, the final month of the fiscal year. Biden administration moved to make restrictions permanent last month and amend the summer proclamation requiring daily encounters to remain below 1,500, now including the number of unaccompanied minors a whole month before lifting the ban. We removed more people last year than we have in any year since 2010. 85% of those crossing the U.S.-Mexico border now face expedited removal. Agents are processing larger quantity of individuals for expedited removal, leading to strengthened consequences and less strain on cities and around the country. That's because that's the rule under Title 8. This is the same thing that happened when it was Obama-Biden. We still need to fix we need to make permanent the asylum order, because the next president could turn it off or it could go away. You want it to be a permanent thing so they don't have to keep signing an executive order about it. So it's not anybody's problem. It's official policy. Migrant releases pending court proceedings have decreased by 80%, allowing more agents to be stationed along the border. Miller said as a result, the number of migrant gotaways has dropped by 60%. Miller emphasized the agency continues to manage those challenges through litigation. We need new laws, rules, and regulations to help. See that? This is why we need the border. That we need new laws, rules, and regulations to help. They're doing everything they can, but it's all temporary. It's all Band-Aids. This dumb motherfucker has no idea.
All I know is when that rocket ship came down last week, I said, this is going to be terrible. It's going to crash. Look, it's going to crash. It was coming down this way. And then those jets kicked in, the fire was pouring all over the place. I said, what's going on? And all of a sudden it started to be perfect, straight, dropped down. Then those arms grabbed it like you grab your little baby, grabbed it. And
I'm concerned when you grab anything.
I said, who the hell pulled off that? I thought it was a science fiction movie, actually. I called up Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, that was me. I said, that's why we love you, Elon. I said, can Russia do that? No, they can't. Can China do that? Nope. Before. Special guy, right? Special guy. Junior Robert F. Kennedy.
But, by the way.
And he's going to be with us, and he's going to make sure our...
one of the things... So some people say that, like, when people are gacked up on speed, one of the things they do is shit, all right? That's what George W. Bush used to do that, remember? Everybody is like, he's coked out because this is the coke jaw thing. He will do that. Some people, it's a tic or whatever. I guess you could have tardive dyskinesia and it would make you do stuff like that anyways. But Trump's big thing is he does this breathe through his lower lip like that. And he breathes into the top of his chest, which triggers like a panic response. If you're ever having panic attacks, and I used to have them, and I no longer have them because I fixed them, your main focus should always be on deep abdominal breathing, because your body goes, hey, we're drowning. And if you prove to it you're not drowning by getting breath way down into your lower gut, your body goes, oh, okay, we're not drowning, we're fine, okay. But if you breathe up in the top of your chest, Your body thinks you're in trouble. It thinks you're doing that because it's cheap and dirty air. It's in the long term, it's a fight or flight way of breathing, right? And he does it all the time. That kind of thing. Okay, that's bad. It's not healthy, especially if you're older. It also points to other physical problems, but not the least of which is that you're gacked up on speed, or you're having panic disorder, or both. And I believe he's got a little bit like choking Alyosha. Yeah, there's a little bit of like that, like old man breathing, but also he's clearly got untreated PTSD.
And he's going to be with us, and he's going to make sure our food is safe, our people are safe, our women are safe.
Not from him. Our women are safe? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, let's bring up Cheryl Hines right now. Tell him.
The only thing I don't think I'm going to have him get involved with too much is the liquid gold under our feet. I want to say, look, Bobby, we got a lot of liquid gold, and I like it better than he does, but I'm going to give him a lot. Just take care of everybody's health, and he'll do a great job of it. He's really a very special.
He's a fucking lunatic.
Guy, special.
Yes, the brainworm thought so. It thought he was delicious.
And Tulsi Gabbard, respected by everybody, she just signed on an endorsement and became a Republican.
Yeah, I don't respect her. I think a lot of people don't respect her. We think she's a Russian stooge, and we're not wrong. So respected by everybody. Again, by the way, that's his excuse in case she fucks up. He doesn't know enough about her, except that she supports him. That's all he cares about. But that whole respected by everybody gives him an out. It gives him in case she turns out to say something shitty or turn on him. Well, everybody else recommended her. That's what that is.
Just became a Republican.
A Republican. He just became a Republican.
And another one is Buzz Aldrin. Now, I didn't realize this. I had respect for him for many years. Great astronaut, great person, highly respected.
Hold on. You point out people. I don't care. He goes through names.
Kamala and Joe.
Yeah, he's reading off the fucking teleprompter. He's really locked to it. Hold on, what did he say right there?
Built it. I can tell you that. You built it. And by the way, I want to thank all of our incredible sanitation workers all across America.
Who should not be able to unionize according to him.
Because they work hard. They really do work hard. And they do an incredible job, and they don't get the credit they deserve, like our police, like our firefighters, like so many others. They don't get the credit, but everybody knows we love them, and everybody knows they deserve the credit, and they will get the credit. And with us,
no, you don't.
We appreciate them. With the help of everyone here today.
Dude, you're wearing you're wearing their clothes like a fucking costume. By the way, this is going to be the same rando shit, just him in a jacket, and he's doing it so that he can be seen more. Can I show you guys one more thing, and then I got to let you go? I know I want to hold on, but I've got to eat something. There's some questions I need the answer to. By the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up. Support. You know what? Don't subscribe. Don't do it. Don't even try now. No, don't. I'm not interested. No, I don't need you to subscribe. If you've already subscribed, stay. But anybody, you're not allowed. No, we're full. Not allowed. This is an exclusive club, and don't, whatever you do, become a member. Good Lord. And the super chats, that's fine. All right. There's some questions. Thank you. I gotta say, good night. Daphne, this is gonna be funny though, I think. We're done with him, so you might want to stick around. There's some questions I need the answer to, and I think you guys know that, you know, there are the great questions in life. What's the meaning of life? 42. Dude, where's my car? You know, the questions we all need the answer to. And I think one of the questions that's been on my mind, and I think probably a lot of yours is, and I quote, what's really going on with the baby eating? Yeah. What's really going on with the baby eating? This is Roseanne's son, Jake. And Jake is having a moment with Roseanne. She has 513,000 subscribers on her channel and 28,000 views. Why is it that her videos and my videos have, I have a better ratio than she does when she has so many, bots, right? Anyways. The title of this video is, what's really going on with the baby eating? And I gotta get in my belly, right? I think it's, let's see, in here, yeah.
I'm rich and I'm dead sexy.
Right. So, I guess he needs the answer, and I need the answer too. So shall we? Let's find out once and for all what's really going on with the baby eating.
Okay. Just for people with the baby eating thing, can we just clear this up once and for all?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
And you're probably going to get mad at me because I was big into Pizzagate. I totally believe that they eat babies. I'm not saying they don't, but I've never.
Yeah, don't worry. And by the way, the fact that you're wearing a weird white wig in front of a painting of yourself in your weird smoking jacket, Norma Desmond outfit, you know, totally cool. I absolutely believe they eat babies. I'm not questioning that. Obviously, yeah.
Seen a baby being eaten. I just want to be clear. Have you ever seen a baby being eaten?
I don't know a boy out there who hasn't asked his mom that special question. It's an important day in a son's life when he legitimately fucking has to ask. I gotta ask. I have to know. I gots to know.
You've heard about it. Like, you've never been in a party where they're like eating a baby.
I have never personally seen.
Right.
But I have, because I have mental disorders.
Yeah. People.
Oh dear.
Have talked to you.
A through Z.
Yeah, you've got them all.
And I've been hospitalized several times for dissociative identity disorder.
Right.
And
yeah. So if you're looking for somebody to give you the skinny on baby eating, that's who you go to.
In groups with people who also have it, and many of them, in fact, I would say the majority of them are survivors of satanic ritual abuse.
Right.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. Obviously, it can't be biochemical. It's got to be somebody in reading Aleister Crowley comic books.
So let's get
to it. All of them say they have seen their own babies sacrificed.
I see. So this isn't even like third hand. This is second hand. So you were in a loony bin with people who said they saw their own babies eaten in front of them. Now, are these people in this loony bin because they murdered someone who ate their baby? Because that would make sense. I think if I saw that, and I would kill the person in a horrible, horrible way, and I would probably be found temporary, if not permanently insane, and be in a loony bin. I think that would be a logical trajectory for me. I doubt it, though.
And eaten.
You're talking, when you're on Tucker with Stitch, because this is why people say you're crazy. You're talking about, you've actually talked to victims of this, family members of this.
You know, all the victims of abuse come to me because they think of me as their mom. That's what people, I don't get why people don't get.
Especially the ones that were abused by their mom?
That.
No, I think people get that.
They do?
Absolutely. And you have talked to victims. You've been on this.
Boy, people hate their moms, don't they?
Well, people who were abused by their mothers, who apparently were in a satanic cult and ate their baby, ate their grandkid.
Fucking people hate their moms. Think about that.
You should hate.
Well, in the case where they're abusive.
Hate your mom. She's a bad mom. I think.
I agree.
And I think there's a lot of bad moms out there, but no.
Well, I'm glad we settled that. See, look, progress.
Oh, you're naturally inclined to love your mom, but anyway, that's a whole other podcast.
Well, that's what.
Well, until she fillets you and sautés you with some green beans, then I would understand. You'd be understandably upset.
What fucks you up is when you love your abuser. That's what makes your mind break.
Absolutely.
So I think about all the people out there who have dissociative disorder and don't even know they got it.
Yeah.
But like clue number one is, hey, do you say one thing and then do another?
Wait a minute, you're saying Trump has dissociative disorder? You mean like we're going to have a big, beautiful healthcare plan and nothing? Or, I don't know, get married and take vows to love, honor, and cherish someone until death do you part and cheat on all of them? I think it's a bad idea to diagnose someone from afar, but I'll trust you. You've been in more loony bins than I have.
You should think about that. I want you to think about that. Do you?
Okay.
You often say one thing and then do another. Not just another, but it's complete opposite. The opposite of what you've just said. You believe.
No. No, I don't. No, I really don't. Most people don't. Trump does sometimes.
Believe and testified in front of people, this is your belief. Then you leave the stage and do the exact opposite.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like, act like you're a pious Christian and pretend you know Bible verses, you don't know any of them, get a picture in front of a church holding a Bible and you're holding it upside down, even though most Christians would view that, if they were conspiratorially minded, as satanic in its action or whatever. And then you would, like, say you're a Christian, it's very important to you, it's the most important thing, it's the best book in the world or whatever. And then say, for example, no, you don't ask God for forgiveness and you don't even bring God into the sin in your life, something like that. You don't actually, you say you're pious and then you do the exact opposite. You're a greedy pig. You violate every commandment as best you can, especially the 10th on the daily. As a matter of fact, it's the guiding principle of your life, something like that.
You have multiple personality disorder because
I just like to think I'm charming.
You've been abused. You've been
Oh, I see. I thought I'd been hit by a smooth criminal. That's my mistake.
Sexually abused as a child. Let's stop lying about it.
I love it. I love that you do this because you've been, I just want to say, and I'll hand the floor over. I like to give context.
But that's why they say I'm crazy.
Yes, please give context.
And they've always said I'm crazy.
But you've always talked about this,
They say every
right?
victim who comes forward is a liar and crazy.
That's how they keep.
That's what Trump says. I mean, literally, this is how he describes the women who have accused him of sexual assault. He calls them liars and crazy. Says they're insane. He's never met them before.
That's how they fucking shut you up. But you know what? There's so goddamn many of us, and don't get on me for saying goddamn because you don't even know what you're talking about. It is goddamned.
Yeah. Anyone
and
have
I have the authority to say it as.
Oh, apparently her son gets mad when she takes the Lord's name in vain, but she doesn't think goddamn is taking the Lord's name in vain. She thinks she's calling it an airstrike.
A Jewish Torah student of. I am 72 years old, and I've studied Torah since I was 3. So.
Right. Was that part and parcel to the abuse that you're alleging against the people in your lives, your parents and the like? Or was that a sidecar to the reality?
Talk to the hand, bitch.
All right, so you've been talking about this.
Is that part of the Torah? I'm not, pardon my ignorance.
Pedophile, elite, pirate Ponzi thing for, as far as I can tell, MK Ultra for at least 35 years, right? 30 years?
Absolutely.
I used to make fun of you. Remember? I used to think you were crazy. So.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, this is not, I just want to be really clear. A lot of people
Pedo, Ponzi, pirate, priest class.
Let me just set the stage and I'll hand it over to you.
Okay.
A lot of people think you've gone crazy since you've left the left and became a Trump supporter. And now you're like, they eat babies. They don't understand the context of your career and life's work, children of the night, being...
Hang the fuck out. I was on World's Funniest Mom with her. She was a fucking judge. She wasn't on the left. She was even her stand-up was like working class hero shit. She was always going to be like MAGA adjacent in what she was talking about. The only reason she allegedly was on the left was because she's a woman, and the Republicans spend so much time attacking fucking women.
Trying to protect kids from pedophiles. This is something you've been doing for 35 years, even as a leftist.
No, she's not. You are not. If you're trying to protect kids from pedophiles, you wouldn't support Matt Gaetz and have him on your fucking show, and you wouldn't have Donald Trump, who was Epstein's fucking wingman, as your main your client and your candidate. Fuck off.
This was probably the number one thing you've been behind.
It's the reason I left the left, because they're pro that shit.
Right.
They're sexual.
No, they're not.
Libertines, and they're hiding behind it, and that's who gives to the Democrat Party. They're sexual.
Wait, sexual libertines, that's just adult sexual behavior.
Libertines, and they were thrilled to get Ruth Bader Ginsburg in there, one of their fake, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, when she says fake, she means fake Jew.
Whatever. She looked
That's
right.
what she means.
She looked the part. That's what they're looking for.
Right. That's what she's talking about. She's literally talking about she looked like a Jew. That's what she means.
You got to look the part in order to fuck with the people and take away their rights and bullshit them. But her one of the things she advocated for was lowering the age of consent of children having sex. She wanted to lower it beneath the age of 12.
I've never heard.
They've had this agenda forever. It's a Marxist thing.
Okay. No. Nonsense. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was not trying to lower the age of consent for girls to 12 years old. No. I don't know how this is a fucking Marxist thing at all. It's a redneck thing, if anything. Marxist fucking Dershowitz was for it. What are you talking about?
Marxists are sexual libertines. That's what Luciferianism is. It means you can fuck whoever, whenever, and it's all male. The women can't. The women think they can fuck everybody.
Yeah.
And they go try, but they end up with the babies and then no money from the guy.
I would presume then you would be pro-contraception?
I mean, it is a total male bullshit society of sex.
Yeah, wait a minute. Sorry, you left the left and you've come over to the right to complain about the patriarchy? Is that what we're doing? What the fuck?
Sexual libertines, males,
right,
who decided to...
By the way, libertine is more of a female thing. That's the idea, is that open sexuality by women, which was the new part of it. You didn't have to have, you don't need male libertines because men will fuck anything to start with. They're like, men are just dogs is the idea.
Try to further degrade and humiliate women as if they ain't done enough.
And children.
Well, that's their goal, is to get at the children. They just want to be around the kids' sex organs a lot.
When you...
What do you mean? In the neighborhood?
You were a leftist. It was.
They want to experiment on them and do Nazi science on them and take the flesh off their forearms and sew it into their groin. Oh my God, you're nothing but Nazis. Do you understand that? Do you understand?
Well, I don't. I'm trying. I'm trying to grasp what you're saying. I'm trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about, and it's very difficult. And I'll tell you why. Because it seems to be based on specious arguments, generalized biological insanity stacked on top of alcohol and or drug use, and you're kind of an asshole on top of it. So it's a terrible mix. And by the way, if you have multiple personality disorder, it seems like these days, anyways, all of your personalities are assholes. Did the asshole personalities get together and kill the funny lady? Did you do something to her? Can we get her back? Is she okay? Blink 3 times if she's still in there.
Understand what you're doing to children?
They do. When you were a leftist, it was fair to say
You
back
know what?
then the pedo. Oh,
You're not
What?
going to get away with
Uh-oh.
it.
the pedo.
You tell. I don't think Trump is watching, ma'am.
Tell you why? Because I have the authority.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to tell you about my authority. And
Oh God, this is her son trying to normalize and sanitize, like sanitize what she's saying, and he's trying to get in there, and she's not letting it happen. Maybe because the edibles are taking effect, but this is just wacky. And I'm gonna guess that she believes she's a conduit to God.
where I get it. And I'm going to introduce you to a guy maybe you never met. I don't think you have.
Ricky Martin. I almost met him once, and he seems like a sweet guy. I'd love to meet him someday, I guess. You know, who else? I have no interest. If it's John Voight, I really have no interest. Because not only am I not going to like talking to him, and I'm going to feel like I'm berating an old man if we get into an argument, but I know his breath smells like a coffee enema.
I've met him, but his name is God.
Oh, I see. All right. G-O-D-U-H. God.
I'm going to introduce you to him.
Is it fair?
Introduce yourself right now. God. Well, all right. Thank you.
Fair to say when you were a leftist and you were against the pedo cult that a lot of those pedos were tended to be more on the right, like the Vatican and the Christian. Remember, this is what you were kind of.
Yeah, remember when you used to say it was the other side? Now you found out which side of the bread has butter on it, so you just kind of went, fuck it.
Talking about 30 years ago. It seems like the pedos have, like everybody, like all the commies and evil people and the billionaires, have all sort of moved to the Democrat Party. Is that just, that's my theory. Do you see that?
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I mean, no, don't go by the arrests of sexual predators that have been aligned with a political party, because obviously Trump staff and campaign officials are through the roof. And Diddy was a friend of Trump's. I mean, the guy got around, but Trump really liked him.
Because remember, it was the Vatican getting busted for child trafficking and child sex crimes? And now it's like Hollywood and P. Diddy and all this stuff. It seems like they just kind of moved on. They're like,
hey, real quick, maybe just fuck you with the Hollywood shit. Because it's an industry like every other. Hold on. I'll give you an example. Ohio's a swing state. Isn't that J.D. Vance's state? Yeah. See if I can open this window up. Fuck you. Hold on. Oh, let's see. Ohio. There we go. Yeah, arresting, you know, I gotta say, Ohio busted a, again, this is J.D. Vance's state. Here are the names of the Johns busted in the Ohio human trafficking sting. 110 Johns, 23 people thought were going to have sex with minors were arrested. 73 survivors were rescued. They executed search warrants in Lake County and Painesville massage parlors while human trafficking is suspected. These are the people that they arrested. Donald Butts, that dude, you know, I don't know how they didn't see that coming. Alana's Hamza Ali, Charles Arnold, Ali Ashgar Azim, Jer Beard, William Bodish, Dayton, Columbus, Morgantown, Ish Lindsay, Chad Thompson. There you go. This is there a Hollywood in Ohio I'm not aware of? Because it seems like if you watch the To Catch a Predator shit, it's not necessarily a local problem to any industry.
We've already kind of taken over the right. Let's done. They don't like us anymore.
Well,
that's what I see. I'm just asking.
Well, then
That's because you're an idiot.
You're limited in your seeing, because what they're showing, what you're supposed to be seeing, is the interconnectedness of every.
Yeah, you're not connecting the dots, dummy. Who fucking raised you? Are you? Oh,
single one of them. It's one big friggin' trafficking thing, and they have.
Yeah, it's one big friggin' trafficking thing. Yeah, that's what it is.
Built with U.S. taxpayer dollars and everything else they've stolen from everybody, the billionaire class. They've built those tunnels underground everywhere.
Yeah.
Tunnels for trafficking children and organs and.
Okay, so there's like a bank tube where they put child organs in, like the kidney, for example, or.
The kidney has a very special place in the heart.
Ah, I see. I was confused. I didn't know what you were talking about or whatever. Maybe do they need a different size tube for the hearts or?
And weapons.
Drugs.
And drugs.
Yeah, weapons, drugs, baby spleens.
Drugs. And why? Because.
I think I got to say, that's the question. Why? Yeah.
They want a one world religion. And that one world.
And these people worship eating baby livers.
Religion was battle tested with Jeremiah Wright. It's called Chrislam.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're doing.
Oh, Jeremiah Wright, that's the guy in Chicago that they were always trying to tie Obama to because you have to deal in those neighborhoods, and this guy had a big chunk of that neighborhood. Chrislam, I see. Christian Islam, right. I got to say that sounds a lot more like the right wing wanting to control women.
Oh, you see?
I don't know what the fuck that is. By the way, there's another chapter to this real quick. Do you mind? Pedo Ponzi Pirate Priest Class of Pharaonic Feudalism with Roseanne and Jake. That's what the phrase they came up with.
Ponzi Pirates. So I thought it was a right to left.
Ponzi Pirate Priest Class of Pharaonic Feudalism.
All right, let's get in the zone now. So you
and a partridge in a pear.
I'm in the zone.
So it's a one world satanic push. I like how we said we weren't going to get political. Well, I guess it's not political.
No, give it a break.
Well, I think Satan
but
is ruining our country.
we just had Yom Kippur, which was so great, and I wanted to tell all the Jews and everyone who cares, everyone who likes Jews or feels connected to Jews, any Jew, like Jesus or Mohammed was a Jew too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, then we're all Jews. Great. Happy Yom Kippur, everybody.
All three.
I guess we're all Jews, really. I think everybody's a Jew. When you look at 12 tribes, pretty much everybody's some kind of Jew, you know.
Or related to a Jew. Can I tell you?
Yeah, especially the Mongolians, I think. Yeah. The Japanese, I mean, do you get any more Jewish than that?
Tell you why people hate the Jews? Because you're a very proud Jewish woman. I think one of the things.
No, I'm not proud.
Well, you're a Jewy Jew. You're very proud.
No, I have no pride.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're. Sometimes you're like, why do people hate the Jews? Do you want me to?
Yeah. Okay. She needs to be in a home, and you need to stop giving her alcohol. She's your fucking mom.
Tell you as like your.
Well, as I said, it's because it's so easy. It's low hanging fruit. And they never seem to notice, the people who eat of that fruit, that it's a fucking poison apple. Why did I never notice that?
I don't know, because no one knows what you're even talking about, so it's hard to put it together.
Well, because it's easy to hate Jews, but Jews are really annoying.
Hold on. All right, and out of the fucking rafters on a fucking zip line, Jake rolls in with a killer line that makes his mother seem sane. What?
Well, because it's easy to hate Jews, but Jews are really annoying. I'm just gonna tell you the hard truth as your son.
All right.
Because I'm a Jew, and I would had a big Yom Kippur. Like, I'm all Jewy.
Yeah.
But like, one of the things I've always done.
Did you repent?
What the fuck?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was hard to find something to repent for. I'm not even joking. It was really difficult, but I
Oh
found
my
out.
God.
No, I did. But my point is, not everybody wants to be self-aware. Everyone's like, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. That's just the human condition. But like, I always was different than other people. I was like, why do people not like me? Or why does someone think?
I have some ideas. Hey, I got a crowd. Please ask me. I mean, I don't have a list on hand, but I could compile one pretty fucking quickly.
I'm an idiot, and then I would obsess over it because I want to be liked. It's vanity.
We all do.
Right. So I'm like,
well, chances are pretty small that you're gonna be liked in general.
like, okay, everyone hates Jews, so instead of
No, they don't. I don't hate Jews. Yeah, I'm just saying most, if not all of my crowd doesn't hate Jews at all.
me going, fuck them, I'm going to call them anti-Semite and ruin their life, I'm like, well, let me talk to these people and see why they hate Jews. Maybe they're onto something.
Yeah, that's a great way. Why do they hate me?
I always ask
I'm self-hating.
people that politely.
Yeah, and they've told me. I've talked to them.
Yeah,
I've
what do
talked
they
to the
say?
anti-Semites. Well, there's two things. There's the cultural difference because Jews are annoying and we are whiny and we talk about our medical conditions and it's
Yeah, that's not why.
I know it's a stereotype, but it's true and it's annoying. It's super annoying. We think
Yeah, that's not why people get rounded up, dum-dum.
anxiety and mental illness is cute, and it's really not. And that's one of the first things.
And narcissism.
It is. When you talk to a Goyim or Shiksa or non-Jew, and I'm like, why is the problem? It's like, you bitch and complain. You told me this once, actually, when you were married to...
Yeah. She bitches and complains all the time. He's talking about her to her
Ben,
face.
He said Jew. He's like, the reason people don't like Jews, I'll never forget this. He says, because everyone here's out here struggling to get along, and we're all unhappy in certain parts of our day, and you guys are the only ones that bitch about it. Like, we just go to work and we lunch pail, and you guys complain constantly, and it's annoying. So that's a big part of it. That's 50% of it. We need to hear this.
I can hear that.
Thank you.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what the fuck. I think maybe they complain when they're in each other's presence more often, because that's not my experience at all.
The other 50% is the error of Rav, which you talk about. We have to break it down because I read the comments. Not everybody understands. There are Jews that are good Jews and bad Jews.
Yeah,
just like there's good Muslims, bad Muslims, good
Yeah,
Christians, right?
it's good and bad in everyone.
Right. So the bad Jews...
We got to get all of us.
Oh, dear.
Got to get all of us good ones.
We're the good ones.
The good
Yeah, I would think that the bad ones would think they were the good ones too, wouldn't they?
ones in each subgroups.
Yes.
Got to get with the good ones in all the other one and fuck all the bad. Stop protecting them.
Absolutely. Let me
That's
just finish
why
this
you're
real quick.
oppressed.
The
Hello.
bad Jews are the Soros, and, bad Jews put a lot of dark money out there.
Well,
and
he
they're
isn't
behind-
even a Jew. He says he's not a Jew.
No, but that's what I'm saying. People that hate Jews, they never we hate the Three Stooges or Adam Sandler. It's Soros. And he's not a Jew. He's Erev Rav, if anything, or a non-Jew. But I'm just saying so it's the 50% we're annoying, and the other 50%, there's a lot of bad
he
Jews out
hates
there.
the Torah. So
Right.
what kind of a Jew hates
He's
the
not a
Torah?
Jew.
You don't even have to go any further than that.
Right. It's like being
When
a
he
Christian and
says-
hating Christ. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Right. No,
you
you're
can't
right.
do that.
So that's what...
No, it's not the same thing. No, it is not. The Torah is a collection of writings. You don't have to like it. You could love Jesus and not like the Bible because you think it's an impure translation. You could do that.
But I want to clear up.
So he's not a Jew.
He's not a Jew, and don't hold it against us.
He just says he is because he has Jewish.
This is fucking weird, by the way. I feel like I should put up my satire sign because I'm worried that I'm going to get bounced because this is such a fucked up conversation. But this is already on YouTube. This is already on Rumble. This is already on these sites. And she's just sitting in a fucking chair talking to her son about who's a real Jew and who's not a real Jew and who's a bad Jew and who's a good Jew. What the fuck?
Parentage. But it don't matter who your parent is.
Absolutely.
It's what
it kind of does.
What you do. Hello,
Right.
bitch.
So bad Jews.
Why does she keep doing that? Bitch.
Jews and the good Jews that are annoying and bitching. That's why people hate us.
Bad Jews are the ones that get away with shit and then hide behind being Jewish.
Well, there's also a lot of Jews
I'm sorry, isn't that what this podcast is
in
about?
like the porn industry and the television industry, and there's a lot of bad Jews that do control the narrative in some level that are really annoying, and that's another thing that makes us look bad. The Weinsteins and so on and so forth. Those aren't Jews.
Didn't bring up the Epsteins.
Just want to be really clear. Don't hold that against us that are good Jews, right? We keep shop.
Yeah, dude, none of us think about those guys in terms of the fact that they're Jewish. That's the point. You're the one that's trying to attribute a political slant or something to a psychological or a violent obsessive fetish-like behavior that permeates everywhere. It exists in all forms, in all religions, in all races, and that kind of stuff. And when you try to narrow it down to the ones you know and then attribute it to the rest of the people who are in the group that person was born into, that's the fucked up part. That's why fucking with Puerto Rico the way Tony Hinchcliffe did is a problem.
And we do Yom Kippur. They don't. Weinstein doesn't do Shabbos.
I don't know if he does or doesn't.
He jerks off in a plant and makes women like blow him for jobs. It's not something we do. I've never done that.
Well, a lot of Jews are.
Well, I mean, obviously, you don't have any jobs to offer anyone. I mean, is the idea that if they needed to come to you for work, the position's already been filled?
Disordered.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you.
A lot of Jews are disordered.
We are.
What is happening? What the fuck? This is, by the way, this woman has, fuck kill Tony. She's spoken at multiple Trump rallies, and said the same shit.
We're mentally ill on the whole.
Well, because they're mixed.
Well, mixed, and it's also cold.
Oh my God, Jews are mentally ill on the whole because they are of mixed race? Because Jews mixed with other groups? That's what makes them mentally ill?
Cultural. It's just a cultural thing.
How can you, a Jew, marry into a culture via your spouse that hates your friggin' guts and thinks you're a demon? And make that work?
Well,
but people do it all the time, but then...
No, they marry the person they're marrying. They don't marry the baggage of the culture they're entering into. And for the record, the only direct discrimination I've ever experienced in my life was that I wanted to date a girl in high school and her parents wouldn't let me because I wasn't Jewish. So I don't know what the fuck. Like, all this stuff is garbage.
I always say, how do you make that work? It's just a horror.
Well, and the flip side. But anyway, I just wanted to tell
I know
you.
for both people involved. You shouldn't marry outside your belief system, I don't think. Because all you do...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're going to live alone because you can't find another lunatic.
Do is just make people hate.
Sorry. I do agree that flat earthers should only fuck flat earthers and they should never take a cruise.
Hate each other more.
I think it's can we have this talk? Because I was talking to Hannah when we were driving back because she's the first Jewish girl I've ever dated.
Mixed people start all the shit.
Jesus Christ! Yes, that's a wig. Did you hear that? Back the fuck up.
Hannah when we were driving back because she's the first Jewish girl I've ever dated.
Mixed people start all the shit.
Mixed people start all the... All right, I'm done. Honest to God, I feel like I can't even cover this shit. I'm going to get my fucking channel taken down. What the hell is going on? And again, this isn't that wasn't the last time she spoke at a Trump event. And I guarantee, when he loses and they have these little fucking... Turning Point USA events where they pay Trump to show up because he's still got pull, she'll do some of these as well. She'll roll out in a fucking dopey hat and go and go America, and then say the same shit, but only the part they'll allow her to put in the teleprompter. So saith Roseanne, mixed people start all the shit. I got news for you. We're all mixed people. Yeah, she's a huge Trump lover. She's a big supporter of Trump. Notice none of this whole like good Jew, bad Jew did they bring up Jeffrey Epstein. Or Joel Greenberg for that matter. Right? Or even Donald Trump, who isn't a Jew, but engages in this kind of awful. Because that would kind of eat into the narrative. Yeah. And he views himself, whether it's true or not, as a purebred. Germanic tribe, even the Scots mixed. Jesus Christ, fucking gross. But that is the current state of the Republican celebrity cheer squad. What do you foresee when Trump loses? No, I foresee Trump losing fairly soundly and fairly quickly, and a bunch of bitching for like 2 weeks. There is no reason for Republicans to. They might do some lip service about protecting him on their way out, but as well, it's unfair, but he lost fair and square, and we have to honor the election, and we're going to fight to make sure that communists and socialists don't blah blah blah. They'll start that whole shit again. It's fine, whatever. But it won't be. We're not going to have another. He's not going to be able to drive another Jan 6. Not going to happen. And nobody would let it happen. Like, believe me, then if this motherfucker decides to have, show up on January 5th, will be wild. And he shows up on, December 12th, and he's like, where is everybody? That's completely fine. But they're going to have guards all over the place. The steal is in. No, it isn't. He's not going to be able to steal it. It's bullshit. If every lame trick they're trying will fall apart. I got to go. I've been on for a longer time. I went on earlier because I didn't have a show yesterday and I was trying to catch up on some stuff. Thank you guys for joining me. Like, subscribe, give the thumbs up, support the show. Patreon.com/HalSparks. Sexy Liberal this Saturday. Very exciting. And then I've got to go into LA on Friday. We're driving in the afternoon because I have to be able to do radio from there the next morning, and Summer's coming with me. So I may not have an afternoon show, or maybe later on Friday, but regular show tomorrow, regular morning show on Friday. All should be well. Love you guys. See you later. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. And remember what Roseanne said, that it's a crucial thing. She said... Thank you. Get ready.
Call me Snake.
That was for Chad. All right, see you guys tomorrow.
They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately. They do action replays in